I'm incredibly excited at our setup. We've set up what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School to be not necessarily a breakout, but a resounding OMFG. I can't believe this website, YouTube, is free. Because what we're doing today is we're crossing an innovation chasm. What we're doing is solo solo focusing on what Harvard doesn't teach women because we're dovetailing in a magical day to be today. Conjuring up magic doesn't make us a witch. Magic, a magical day. How energetic did you feel after looking into the future, which is why we financially benefit so much, with 39 days of women's content? Whoa, 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 whoa. Did I hear you correctly? Because 39 days of women's content, is that even possible all on one day? Uh, Not going to say that you weren't there yesterday because you were yet there yesterday. That's why you're first in. First in, never out. That's Fino. First in, never out. Am I dropping some accounting jokes before LIFO, last in, first out? Because Philo, first in, last out, that's pretty good. First in, never out, that's Larry Chang, AMC. That's Larry Chang, GameStop, because this is not my first effort. First in, never out, Satoshi Nakamoto. Never leaving. I'm never deleting this app. Tip number one, right out of the gate, all the value of your student debt. Just go ahead and wipe away your 4 year student debt. This is why. Because what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School, I'm going to teach you inside of 3 hours. Because what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School is men so much confidence to one, not adhere to the focus. Two, when men have female ADD, it kind of doesn't work super well. Three, can you dovetail the things that I'm saying into something that you and your flower of a brain can 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 open to? Think of it like a chakra. Think of it as you're a plant and this is sunlight. And if your plant, which you are talking, you would say non sequiturs. Rayan, what's up? We welcome all Pakistani women to the fold. Welcome, welcome. Because here's all the value being able to sleep well. I'm not going to refer to a video and I'm not going to give you the link on down below. What I will do is I'll summarize a video that I watched. And maybe I watched it while I was delivering it, but what sleeping was being able to do nothing versus how South Asian people sleep, which is constantly worried because they're committing Jugad, 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 which is a sequel to Mushi, Mushi, Mushi. This is all the value of the video here, which is I came up with all of this content during my sleep. I came up with all of the content that I'm going to walk you through because this is not mansplaining women's issues, what they don't teach you at Harvard. What this is us connecting. What this is us connecting to something incredibly special. Let's have you moderate your brain. Can you moderate your brain? Oh my God. Right on topic. Right on topic. Moderate your brain. Don't moderate other people. Moderate yourself. Because 0 to 1 video of financial benefit. Problem. You've watched 500,000 videos. How good is my CRM? Crowd reading management. You've watched hours and hours. Your screen time here on YouTube, it's off the chart. I'm actually amazed that you're barely 40 years old, but able to log 10,000 hours of YouTube time. So good job. So what we're doing is we're cowboying up our female brain because the XX chromosome, it's missing a Y because there's a strong Y in cowboy. It's not cowboy, BOI. It's cowboy. Y. Because what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School is that Y chromosome. It's kind of helpful. It's too late to genotype up a Y, but it's not too late to pay attention to what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School, which is how to pay a compliment. Look at all the beta males who are interrupting a women's only stream because it's what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. It isn't what they don't teach people who are 9 years short of a 4 year degree, a master's in business administration. Right? So, because this is a space that's welcoming to all are welcome. Practice the value, the entire value of this video. Practice 5 compliments. Practice 5 compliments. Can you execute a compliment? Because you think it's paying a compliment. And this is not me breaking down the most basic thing, but you think it's a payment that's expensive. This is what is jugad, which is you can't pay a $0 compliment because you're kind of trying to crab. You're kind of trying to crab, which is you're trying to pull a crab into your pot of crabs. So so you refuse to do a compliment, but you sit in 100.0% of my rooms, even though even the YouTube lives that are not geared towards you, because you could just deliver a compliment, but instead you said, "Remember the Q&A you did 2 days ago? How'd it go?" It was, in my opinion, a stated opinion that I made. Ooh, you're actually doing you're actually doing an example of how to not do it, which is what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. What you're doing is you're trying to do 4 things while doing one thing, therefore doing nothing very well, I'm not going to time you out, even though you're being belligerent, but how many times have we gone to battle where the wars were so fierce because the stakes were so low? I'm not saying that the stakes are high here because low or high, I benefit because I'm delivering unique content that's hard hitting. But when you refuse to do the five, I say thank you. Why am I thanking you? Because this is a piece of trash. It's called a New Year tiara. It's made of paper. It wasn't a girl that came over that had it on, it was a piece of trash. What we're doing here, because what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School, is how do you take a negative comment or a detractor or a piece of trash? This is a piece of trash from 8 days ago. How do you take a piece of trash and repurpose it? There you go. See? There you go. Thank you for retracting the message. Ideally, as moderator, good job not moderating other people, moderating yourself. Good job retracting your own message, being able to moderate yourself towards what they don't teach you, what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. They don't teach you who Ed Chen is. Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang, John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang. You see, what Harvard doesn't teach women is that there's a tall, really good looking Chinese VC, Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang, John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang, who can double or triple your company just by meeting with you twice. What happens during these meetings? One, it's not a date. Don't call it a date. You see, what happens during these meetings with Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang, John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang, is we come up with point number one, lecture one of a re DJ trash, which is it doesn't take money to make money. Here's the problem. This is why it's called what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. This is the problem. And let's say you have no shot at going to Harvard, don't get demoralized. I used to have no shot at going to Harvard. That's why I put in the work, and then I get to speak now at Harvard. Don't get demoralized if I say Harvard. Also, don't get demoralized when men have so much to say, because all you want to do as a woman is just sit and learn why. Because I'm going to tell you a problem, and once you solve it, there is money on the other side. Number one, it doesn't take money to make money. Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang, John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang. Which is, here's a problem. It's prevalent. If you have a master's degree, you're intimately aware of this problem. The problem is that college became all inclusive. Have you been to an all inclusive resort? It's a buffet, nothing costs anything. It's a shithole. Every resort that's all inclusive, available to everybody, it's a hellhole. That's why they call certain cruise lines a cruise to hell. Harvard, it sounds exclusive. Harvard, it tried to reach out to people that really shouldn't be at Harvard. That's not offensive to say. That's pretty much the most obvious thing to anybody who's semi honest, which is Harvard wanted to open it up to everybody while simultaneously being exclusive. That's not a good kind of oxymoron. That's a moron on oxy. Oh my God. Did I just explain San Francisco poop in the streets? No worries. Don't feel pressure. This is crabs in a pot. This is women and why Harvard doesn't teach women these things. Thank you for the well wishes. Thank you for the well wishes. Here's the problem is that Harvard wanted to moron oxy. Harvard took a class 6534. You see, this class is on raise $150 million. Because when you're at Harvard, people just throw money at you. And this is not to get you demoralized because I'm going to show you how to do this at the $0 level. This is what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. The old way, it worked like this. You get into Harvard because you're the best of the best of the best. Thank you for your penis energy or your big vagina energy. Show us your college degree, moron. I'm not only going to show you my college degree, I'm going to walk you through my PhD thesis at the 7th grade level. You can have an IQ of 62 and value it. Thank you. I'm going to make you a moderator. Thank you. I'm going to make you a moderator. Thank you. Making you a mod. Do you not know how to use AI? That's cool. I love big vagina energy. I love big vagina energy. We welcome your big vagina energy. We're talking about what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. Thank you for your big vag energy. Love that JJ. I love that JJ. I love that JJ. I love that JJ. Oh, when you've got that much energy, you're a mod and now you're confused because Harvard search fund. This is all the value because you're ADD. I'm going to give it to you in case you flame out. You're welcome to join at any time. Are you a man that's transitioned? Here's all the value. It's hashtag HBS6534. It's the same class that's at Stanford, hashtag strategic management 353. How's my degree looking right now, Chica? How's my degree looking now, kind sir? Time to moderate the brain. Ooh, thank you for telling me that I just proved it to you. Small penis Asian. You see, when women with a ginormous big vagina energy lose an argument, they say, small penis Asian. I wish I had a small penis. I wish I had a small penis because then people wouldn't say, oh my gosh, I'm scared. You're so tall. You're so tall. Look at my ginormous, beast. Look at my ginormous beast. Look at this. You see, all the value is just in reading the hashtag. Now you can just relax and put away or keep it out. Keep your big vajayjay energy. I'm happy that you have the biggest penis on this platform called YouTube Live. Hi, everybody. I'm taking a piece of trash. I can't touch it because it's barely hanging on, but it's a piece of trash. Ditto some attendees who are also pieces of trash who tell me I have a skinny neck. Thank you. Thank you. This is how we women need to deal with detractors. Because when you think that I have a skinny neck, it's because of my severe jawline, because my neck is actually 17 and a half inches. Like I have to buy dress shirts that are custom because my neck is actually almost 18 inches. If I want to be comfortable, it's an 18 and a half inch neck. It's because my jawline is so square. I know. Thank you for telling me I have a skinny neck. Thank you. And also, thank you for telling me I have a small apotaco. You see, an apotaco is a penis because all a vagina is an inside out penis. And when you determine, hey, show me your degree, show me your degree, I love and I welcome everybody, especially you with the big vagina energy, because I thought you were big vagina energy. It turns out you have a micro penis. This is because you do projection, because you are also Asian trying to tear down a Caucasian. Let me repeat that because you're projecting at a 4K level. I'm using CRM. I gave you power. I gave you power. And this is what you did with it. You revealed to me that you are 13 years away from a 4-year econ degree. Ladies, you got into Harvard. You can get an econ degree in a year and a half. Hopefully, you'll just self study. Hopefully, you'll just homeschool because people project. You see, I'm projecting my brain to you so that way you get 2 years of Harvard education in 39 days, specifically day number negative 22. Day negative 22. Why is it day negative 22? Because yesterday was the 39 days of women's content. How are you liking this right now? Because if you're sitting there watching it, not liking it, it's going to be harder for me to help you. So, therefore, help me help you. Help me help you. I don't need you to subscribe. I don't need you to adhere to a future schedule of, oh, are you going to make some future announcement about some story? No, no. We're going to bullet point. We're going to download. We're going to transfer because this is what people are guilty of, which is putting people on a drip. Are you in therapy? Your therapist, if they were any good, they would just solve your psychological issue. They would just solve it. But your therapist, she's at sub $3 million working in the Bay Area. Basically, she's at or below the Mendoza line. The poverty line is just 5 clients less per week. This is not a drip. This is not therapy. This isn't even a cold plunge of information. What this is an explosion of quite possibly the most genius content you've ever come across, which is floral energy. That's why there are flowers everywhere and vagina everywhere. Larry, your videos are amazing and you build such a great following. Am I in danger of joining a cult? Because if there is a cult, I'm ready to sign up. This is a cult, but it's not the kind of cult where there's a charismatic leader who's ugly and is trying to have sex with you. It's a genius, charismatic person who never wants to meet with you because I can have sex outside of social media. Who tries to have sex on social media? Obviously, 1/4 of the commenters trying to meet people in the LG community on a platform and focus that's supposed to be for what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. There are Easter eggs strewn throughout, but let's do this at the 7th grade level, which is problem. HBS 6534, it disconnects from reality. Have you heard the saying, when you're trying to be inclusive to everybody, your students all go bankrupt? Did I just solve student loans and why people got useless degrees? I'm going to leave that for you to determine. Let's just, you and I, not solve macroeconomic problems. Let's solve microeconomic problems. And if you don't know the difference between macro to micro, right on cue, right on cue, your 35th surrender, which is 60-year-old virgin. You're right. I haven't had sex in 60 hours. My pussy hymen, my penis hymen, my mental sexual hymen, it has reattached. Thank you for thinking that I could be 60 years old, because somebody doesn't know what an octogenarian is, which is 80. This is actually perfectly on cue with Search Fund. You see, the people who can raise $150 million, it's Harvard or octogenarians, or Stanford. If Harvard was your safety school, I'm sorry, Stanford, as your reach school, rejected you. So when you go to Stanford, Harvard, or are an octogenarian, you could raise $150 million 50% of the time. If you're not good at math because you are 9 years away and a man trying to subvert and hurt other women paying attention, 50% is one of two. 50% is at Harvard. There'd be 80 people taking the class. At Stanford, the equivalent's called strategic management 353. 353. I enjoyed the energy. I enjoy the energy. I enjoy your energy. Thank you. I enjoy the energy. He wanted, he. It's definitely a he, not a they. Schizophrenia doesn't count. Projection. He wanted to see my degree, and I think I said 5 sentences, and then he thought to himself, wow, are you the first quad admit? What's a dual admit? What are we even talking about? Hi, everybody. I'm Larry Chang, and my channel's on what they don't teach you in school. There are people that are angry and calling me homosexual. No, 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 no. Do not delete other people. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You do not get in the way of your enemy making mistakes. Pakistan, you're supposed to moderate yourself. You're supposed to moderate yourself. You're supposed to moderate yourself. What the actual F, dude? It's always guys. It's always guys. Never interrupt your enemy making a mistake. That's why I make people a mod, because power. This is bullet pointing power. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for calling me gay. Thank you. Because this reminds me that all are welcome here, even homoerotic, uh, phobic, phobic of brain. You're brain phobic. You're brain phobic. You're brain phobic. The universal surrender for a debate is shut the fuck up. That's universal for I'm letting you talk as much as you want. You're losing a debate. You can talk as much as you want and you're losing the debate. This is big vagina energy. This is a class. So half the time, the class doesn't successfully fundraise $150 million. What you're doing is you're getting 120 units of money to go buy a company, and then you operate the company for 30 mil. See, by trying to do the approach called volume has a quality, quantity has a quality all its own, what you're doing is you're helping the algorithm thank you for your big vagina energy, even though you got chemically castrated because somebody tricked you into doing a gender swap. Accurate? You see, Harvard, Stanford, successful half the time. Convincing somebody that they're the wrong gender and then getting them to self castrate themselves, that's a complex business model. Let's put a pin in that and let's keep up with those 4K projections. Cool, right? Cool. So, what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School is you want to take the class on hard mode. Look at how this stream is up till now about 70% combative. Combat happens before surrender. It's a it's a buildup of no, 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 and then finally a ginormous yes. This is how an orgasm works as well of money. This is how an orgasm of money works within strategic management 353. Because what we're looking at with what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School is lecture number 2, Software 8 Private Equity Venture Capital. Oh, who did cardio this morning? I don't care. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. I'm suggesting this suggestion. Bear with me a moment. Bear with me a moment. That's a really good question. Search fund. The classes raise money, buy a business, sell business. That's the whole class at its simplest. Let me repeat it because I went super fast. The class called Search Fund, STRAM GT 353 at Stanford, HBS 6534, Wharton, I don't know the class number. Wharton is University of Pennsylvania's business school. Wharton started to dumb it down. I only took it at Stanford. I'm aware of how they teach it at Harvard because everyone said, we want to take the class the way that you took the class. We want to take the class that you would teach. That is this video. You don't have to pay me or Harvard or Stanford $275,000. Larry, are Harvard and Stanford going to be pissed that you're revealing the secrets for how they're going to do it in the future? No. The reason they're not going to be upset is the fact that this is going to actually improve the class. Plus, it's 80% men. And this is what happens when it's 80-20 while the class gets dumbed down is that everybody goes bankrupt. Everybody's going bankrupt. Thank you for your vibe, although that's a little excessive. But thank you. But thank you for your energy. Thank you. So, the class is raising money, buying a business, and then selling that business. This is a turnaround. This is deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding venture capital knowledge, and deeply understanding the ancient Chinese secret of you've never needed money to buy a business. And then the last component of the five is doing a turnaround. So that's a class at Stanford called STRAM GT, Strategic Management 353. Where'd the haters go? No, no, no. Did you guys get demoralized? Cool. Now we can just focus on us being us. And then later, the haters are going to drop the like count when it hits 11, 12. That's the motto. This is not my first rodeo. This is not my first rodeo. This is not the first iteration of lecture number 2. You see, software 8, private equity and venture capital. And I'm answering your question in a specific way because you asked, do we want to take a harder version of the class? You have to understand where it came from in order to change it. But to answer your question, you actually want to take an easier version of the class via lecture number 2. Does that make sense? It makes sense to me because you're trying to cut to the end, and I can have you doing that because I want you to come, grow, go. I don't want to put this on a trickle. Remember, I did 39 days of women's content in under 5.5 hours. It was fuego. This is the money component because people are like, oh, I'm super excited. When do these days start? It starts February 1, but today is day 40 of the hashtag of the hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Do you see why I'm doing the example while I'm doing the class as I'm doing? Because I don't own Gemini 3. Google does. I don't own SF Super Bowl. The NFL does. But you're able to DJ two things together. That's what you're doing by realizing lecture number 2, software 8 venture capital. And what you just saw in the last 13 sentences of uttered speech is me running hashtag external API. Godzilla cooking. You're suggesting that women and everyone should be taking the hardest versions of their classes. No, I'm okay with you not being a moderator. I think you're a man. My CRM is telling me that you're a man. Uh-oh, this message is held for review. Make me a moderator. Standing next to power. You know what? You've gotten enough videos. You've gotten enough videos where you should be executing versus sitting on a women's class. Software ate venture capital. Software ate the world. Don't get demoralized. And be moralized and energized because, oh goodness, this message is held for review. Maybe when you drop comments, you should try to bypass the most lowest level of filter. You see, when software ate venture capital, it didn't understand yet that you understand what Web 12 is, which is AI. The lowest form of what we're talking about is, can you fix your brain to summarize what I say into 12 sentences? When you fail to do that, you're going to have an argument. When you're having an argument, this is what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School, because it's not a discussion of everybody gets a voice. It's, we found the one great way to do it, which is STRAM GT 353E. I just added one letter to it, and then I made it amazing, because this is what's going on at Harvard right now. This is a problem. And Pakistani Indian people throwing hate, perfectly, perfectly timed. Not the hate, but the energy. Because HBS 6534, that's the class number. It's called Search Fund. This class is what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. This class is how to buy a business, make it better, and then sell it. You see, Pakistani Indian people, they love to buy hotels. Right now, HBS 6534, it's everything that you could have just learned buying and selling in Econo Lodge. Econo Lodge, like an economic lodge. It's a chain of hotels. It's a knockoff to Motel 6. Everything that they teach you right now at Harvard Business School 6534, you could have learned by paying $17 to go to one of those scam video sessions, or the jugad of, hey, would you like to learn how to buy a hotel? Pay us $500. That's what HBS 6534 is, which is buying shitty small businesses so that way everybody can raise $1.5 million. That's why everybody's going bankrupt at Harvard, because you don't want to buy some mom and pop business because of the fact that macroeconomically, we are in the fourth turning. You don't want to buy some boomer's business. There's a reason that they can't sell their business. It's because their business is not worth anything. They're hoping on discounted cash flows, prior cash flows. That's why what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School, I'm walking you through, because it is a dumpster fire of trying to help everybody succeed. And now the bankruptcy rate is going to be 90+%. Chapter 17 of the Search Fund textbook. That's edition 5, which is the only chapter on bankruptcy. This is why I got to go to the class for $3, because I read Irv Grousbeck's book. How sparkling is my degree right now? Do you know of the 7 to 10 magical people who got into Stanford GSB without having to apply? This is what we need to do as women. We don't need to just ask, oh, how do all the losers try to get into Harvard? We don't want to ask that, because then the losers will say, oh, get a high GMAT. Oh, have a high GPA. 3 recommendation letters. Blah, 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 blah. You see, when we do things the street dumb way by Hail Marrying an accusation or, oh, this person's a scammer, there's a police report. It's Larry Chang. I don't use some stupid handle. You can just look up prior people that have made $1 billion, zero people buying a course that I'm selling, because if you knew what you're talking about, you wouldn't have to sell courses to poor people. Am I being harsh by calling all y'all poor people? No. All a poor person is a 5% likely to be hyper rich. That's all a poor person is. During this tumultuous time, I'm going to be saving starfish. What's a starfish? A starfish happens after a storm. Starfish wash upon the beach. Ever been to a beach after a storm? Littered with starfish, they're going to die unless somebody throws them back into the ocean. And if other people are watching me throw a starfish, they're going to be like, hey, 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 you can't save them all. Hey, 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 you're spending too much effort trying to save starfish. I'd just keep walking. They would keep hating. And they said, hey, hey, did you hear me? You can't save all of them. And as I fling another starfish back into the ocean, I say, it mattered to that starfish. It mattered to that starfish. Let's read some messages held for review. The universal surrender of a debate is you have a small penis. That's the universal surrender in a debate. It's also 4K projection. Did you know a lot of people who transition gender wise, they have a micro penis? I didn't even know that micro penis was actually a medical malady. This is what you learn by having people moderate, go from hater to moderator. I know. Oh, no, 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 no. This is why you don't. This is why you don't. This is why you don't. This is, yeah. This is why you're not a moderator. Is one, you're a dude in a women's room. Two, you're asking how much money do women waste on Harvard Business School? Ooh, someone's having a rough day. Someone's having a rough day. Spartan. Spartan says, never saw a Chinese cowboy. Cool. Duck D's has entered this African fire where he's parroting the stuff. Have you done anything? Have you done anything? Larry, I've done zero. I just really like your energy. This is why the cult is never going to want to meet up with you. This is why it's called Come Grow Go. It's called Come Grow Go. I don't why do I care? This is your brain. This is your brain. I'm not going to not moderate you. I'm not going to time you out. I have to catch the bus at 12. Can you execute one thing? This is your 300th Larry Chang video. Lecture number 3. All businesses die. This is, to me, the most clear thing, but other people just don't get it. All humans die. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to be closer to death? I don't get it. The reason that we have to understand that all businesses die is the fact that if we can temporarily just have a business not die yet, we will be seen as the best surgeon operating on a cadaver, because that's what STRAM GT353E is we're practicing on a cadaver. We're doing my business right now. It's actually dying on the vine because you ask low socioeconomic questions. This is not an indictment of you, okay? This is not an indictment of you. But know that this video is going to make more money than 6 generations of your genetic lineage. Let me go over the math real quick, which is all businesses die, all people die. And this is not morbid. This is 6 generations of men or women before you will not make as much money as this video because Web 12. Let me repeat the math on that, because what's also true of women, I'm ripping on men, but let me also break down women before I build women back up. 99.9% of women in your country will not make 100K total in 3 generations. These numbers are horrific, but prove me wrong. This is why this channel feels amazing, because I could put it behind a paywall, but me having to charge you 4 easy payments of $3 is like what business model that a Russian Jew named Max Levchin would do, which is, hey, let's try to put DoorDash people who can't afford a burrito into 4 easy payments of $5. Get it? It's a $12 burrito. It's 4 easy payments of $5. Less commenting here, more emailing. Like you're trying to take over, you're trying to get attention. You're trying to get attention in a women's chat. So just email me those things. I'm not going to delete you. I'm not going to unmod you, but all are welcome here. But your brain, you can't email it, and you somehow, oh my God, this is very feminine. Thank you for proving the feminine truth, because I'm not going to say an absentee father caused you to be a woman, but you have a lot of feminine energy, and the way that men self-destruct and self-destroy is similar to how women self-destroy when you're trying to be a woman, destroying yourself like a woman, which is what you're doing by not selling one Braun power cord, not doing one thing. All businesses die, all people die. Let's just temporarily practice on a cadaver. Number 4, what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School, editing an existing business. Right out of number 4, which is, I'm not going to make money turning you around. You might be a billionaire. Oh, Larry, I'll totally take care of you. 1, you can't say thank you. 2, getting you to do gratitude is not even like pulling teeth. Pulling teeth is actually easy. We want to edit an existing business. That's lecture number 4. We don't have to own Uber to be the solo founder of the Uber API. I'm going to read to you the most remedial quote ever, which is, I've been thinking all morning. I've been thinking all morning. I've been doing 0. I've been thinking all morning. That's your problem. Oh my God, that's women's problems too. Overthinking, never doing. Is that lecture number 4? No. Lecture 4 is editing an existing business. You see, when you say the very female feminine energy mistake of, but I've been up thinking all morning, who will buy the book off of me for $200 if I look like I'm more broke than them? All you do is think. You probably haven't even been to a place called library. I'm not going to guess what your ethnicity is, but I can guarantee you that you are 100% less Caucasian than I am. You see, gender fluidity, that's a thing. All genders are welcome. Ethnicity fluidity is also incredibly possible. Have you not yet met Larry Chang, Caucasian male, fluidly dipping into being an African female, fluidly transitioning, keyword transitioning, into being a female Caucasian? Because what you refuse to do is have the gratitude of going to a biblioteca. Now, I know that bibliotecas may not be available in a continent that you live in, but I am going to guess that some Christian missionaries put a library in your city. You see, what a library is a repository of books. And these books you can just borrow for $0. You can read one of these books, like this one guy, funny videos that I've watched on YouTube. I watched this guy on YouTube make obscene amounts of money with a $3 book for Harvard Business School called New Venture Creation and the Entrepreneur, written by Irv Grousbeck. This is what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School, which is you can buy the book or read it at the library and then say, how can I make $800? Because it isn't $200, it's $800. And obviously, you don't want to show up like you look homeless. This is why I told you that everybody should enjoy one new fresh pair of socks. It's going to make you feel much better because currently you're sitting in filth, because this is also what we as women do when we cover ourselves in filth, because we're hoping to not re experience childhood trauma. This is why, after my childhood trauma of a three-way with two women who were in their 20s, I was 11. I forgave them. I forgave them, but I didn't decide, oh, I'm never going to cut my hair anymore or I'm going to rub poop all over myself. I just steered clear of two women that looked at me like they wanted to eat me. This is editing an existing business, which is you're editing an existing book. You're editing an existing book. How about the Braun power cord that you sell on eBay? Nope, 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 nope. I'm going to edit myself because this is, you're no longer, I am going to say this most respectfully. You as a man are no longer welcome here because you're trying to just get attention. Number 5, what they don't teach women at Harvard, what they don't teach women are 5 case studies. Ooh. See, there are 5 case studies that will be the entire ROI of you actually going to Harvard Business School. Not to rip on men, but men have been very chitty chatty, which is, Larry, did women waste 200 some $1,000? No, because you actually want to go to Harvard Business School and then get your ROI for business school before business school. That is why this video is worth $300,000. send me negative 500 to $275,000. Let me repeat that range. Send me negative $5 to positive $300,000. You pick. You see, these 5 case studies are worth your entire HBS tuition. This is how to remove pressure from yourself and get out of your own brain, because women are too inside their own head. Ditto men who act like women. You're too in your own head. Why won't you just pick up the easy money from these 5 case studies? You're welcome. Hashtag live action business case study 1459. 1,459. Hashtag LABCS 1452. That would be 1,452. 5 case studies, number 3. Hashtag LABCS 3366. You're welcome. Ooh, we never want to forget Whitney Wolf. I don't know if she's lectured yet at Harvard Business School. We're talking about 5 business case studies. Lecture 5, which is the new HBS 6534, the new-ish STRAM GT 353E. Remember, we're editing a class that I already took. You see, we're editing a class at a school that you probably are going to get recruited to. You're fucking welcome, because after you ace these 20 lectures, Harvard, Stanford, Harvard is going to be recruiting you. Wharton would actually probably pay for you because Wharton loves Jugad. I think it's 50% Indian right now. 50% Indian. Enjoy that. You're welcome. We're talking about 5 business case studies, what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. Let me review 1, 2, and 3, because now your brain's on and you're like, oh my God, this guy totally knows what he's talking about. Hashtag LABCS 1459. 1,459. LABCS, live action business case study. Problem: Harvard has I'm serious, please leave. I'm serious, okay? Please leave. I'm serious. Please leave. Please leave, not for the both of us, but for the one of us. You see, you leaving actually hurts me because of the algorithm. But do I look like I care about the YouTube algorithm? No, I care about this content delivered. LABCS 1459, which is old way, Harvard Business School case studies. Those case studies are ancient. They're mental exercises. Every exercise that I've listed, you can positively affect, which is why hashtag LABCS 3366 is number 3. Number 2 is hashtag LABCS 1452. 1,452. Number 4, we're talking about 5 business case studies. They're going to pay you $300,000 before you spend $250,000 going to Harvard. If you don't go to Harvard, you can just keep the $300K. You're welcome. Which is hashtag LABCS 3373. 3,373. You see, a live action business case study is something that you can financially benefit from because it's live action. Old, antiquated business case studies, such as the ones in edition 6, the ones in edition 5. You can also replicate, but that's the old way, is an old HBS case study. You spend $25 on a case study, you discuss it, and it's a intellectual exercise. This is not an intellectual exercise. This is a financial exercise in, can you learn at the 7th grade level? I can't dumb it down any further, because just because I say Harvard Business School doesn't mean that it's not at the 7th grade level. Number 6, playbook plays in history. That's lecture number 6. Right on cue, another man who refuses to sell one. Right on cue. It's okay that you're reliant upon your wife for money, and thank you for your 5th username on YouTube. We have one life. Lecture number 3, all businesses die. And notice how you need that attention, because you've got feminine energy as a man. And when you're trying to succeed with feminine energy as a man, you're not understanding this lecture, which is what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. Is, I'm not saying get masculine energy and up your testosterone, because then we'd be tiptoeing towards obesity, testosterone production, inflammation, endometriosis, and polycystic ovarian syndrome. Bad, bad, bad. Good, good, good is playbook plays, playbook plays. I'm not going to remove you as a moderator, but know that this is a safe space for females. This is a safe space for females. I have no idea what you're talking about, but feel free to chit chat with other men in this comment section. Number 7, Board of Directors Auxiliary. You see, Harvard corporate governance, Stanford corporate governance, these are direct extensions for we attend Harvard to join board of directors. DEI. Half the board of directors are retarded because the standards were so flexible. That's not a problem. That's an opportunity. This is lecture number 7, Board of Director Auxiliary. You see, we as Caucasian men have been overtly experiencing a war against Caucasian men. But Larry, this is what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. Don't we want to squash Caucasian men in order to gain higher positions? We want to do board of directors, auxiliary, man or woman. It doesn't matter. You could be a dog. In fact, a dog does do this. This is what I'm talking about. Everyone's waiting for an invitation to join a board of directors. We do not want to wait for an invitation. Look at the CEO in the second case study. I'm not going to repeat that case study, but that CEO, they did board of director auxiliary maneuver. Your pent up energy and your energy have caused me to relinquish my walls, because you're talking or touching your walls. I'm going to bring down my walls. Let's stop masturbating for just a quick moment, ladies, and let's see. I'll break down my walls. It's Ryan, the CEO of GameStop. You see, he did board of directors auxiliary as a shareholder advocate. Are you happy? LABCS 1452. Are you happy? Are you happy? I hope you're happy. When you go from shareholder advocate to CEO, you ran the protocol called Board of Directors Auxiliary. What we're determining here in what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School is too much DEI, not enough Larry Chang, which is if you did board of directors auxiliary, you could buy one share of GameStop and call yourself a shareholder advocate. I'm not saying you should do Web 2 social media. I am saying that you should do Web 1, 2, which is Web 12. Notice the men who need to pop in for attention as if they're showing me their flower. At least thank you for not sending me a bathroom selfie. You're trying to publicly get attention. Thank you for you needing public attention, which is why what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School works is that people's brains are funky right now. Let's benefit because we can run board of directors auxiliary. So pick one of the case studies and we can turn around a cadaver. We can lecture 4, which is edit an existing business. Also, ladies, look at the men that you're in competition with. Look at the men that you're in competition with. Have you heard the expression when you open your mouth, you or type out comments on YouTube, you show people how smart you are. Lecture 8. Oh, 2 interns, 1 section Xer. 2 interns, 1 section X. Have you seen 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge? It's the same thing. Oh my God, that's lecture 9. Whoever wrote these lectures out is a genius. Lecture number 10, interrogation. Do you ask bad questions or do you ask good questions? Interrogation. What they wire women to do is interrogate. Let's say you and I are dating and I go to get Starbucks. I go to get Starbucks. I know your drink. I'm going to get Starbucks. I come back and you're like, where have you been? It's been 12 minutes. Did you have a 3-way? Did you fuck anybody? That's dread. That's interrogation. Let's have another situation where we're doing interrogation. So we're eating a meal, right? We're eating a meal. And I don't have to go to the bathroom, but some random waitress who doesn't even work there goes, oh, hey, how are you? Good to see you. And then she acknowledges you and then she walks. And then you turn to me and go, are you fucking her too? Do you fuck everybody? You see, that's old interrogation. New interrogation is page 62, page 64, page 67, which is PQRST, which is preview question read summarize test, where we don't interrogate, hey, is this company totally going to go bankrupt? Hello, lecture 3. It's all going to hell, okay? Stop rubbing it in their face and buy their business for $0 by turning it around. I'm not going to say jugad, 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 because Indian and Jewish people are running some protocols that pretty much only Larry Chang understands, which is what if we bought a business for $0 and got 20% of the business? This is the mythical VC that I wrote about, venture capital. You invest $5 million and you get 30% of somebody's company. Did you remember lecture 2? Software ate that world. So remember, it was, maybe you don't remember, maybe you need to grab a pen. Deeply understanding credit knowledge. Don't go bankrupt with money that you borrow. Deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding venture capital knowledge, deeply understanding Jewish knowledge, doing turnarounds. Doing turnarounds. I know I changed Jewish to Chinese or vice versa. Chinese people are the Jews of Asia, which is, can you get 20% of a company for $0? Which is right out of the Wright brothers. Letters by and between two brothers. Letters by and between two brothers, talking about a Jewish guy trying to steal 20% of their company. Interrogation. Remember, the business that you're buying, it's gonna die. It's gonna die. That's why Stanford Engineering E, CS183E, which is edit in existing business, which is why there's 3 E's. There's no D. There's CS183C, Reid Hoffman. There's CS183B. How's my degree looking right now? It's like 13 degrees, which is what a 9-way PhD looks like. It's me talking. Have you seen my PhD in gender studies? I joked around and I pooped out a PhD in accounting and audit with at Stanford FANFE, FANFE, Finance and Accounting for Non-Financial Executives, which is fail at raising a search fund, win anyway. These lectures are worth $3 million. Larry, how's your company doing? My company, in just one sentence, is making more money than the last 80 generations of you. I don't like even saying that. I don't like even saying that because it's going to scare people. But let me read that sentence again. Maybe in 3 years, look at Vivek Ramaswamy. I mean, granted, he was doing some like horrible jugad shit and lying about drugs, but he made more money in one lifetime than 8 generations. It's turtles all the way down. It's an honorary PhD in gender studies. It's an honorary PhD in business, like my thesis that's sitting over at HBS, the Fifth Epiphany. Thank you for telling me that you can't get past page 3 on the Larry Chang Google. Thank you. Because page 1 is meant to be an IQ test and an EQ test. Because if you're from a family of scammers, you think, oh, I know this guy. But then if you're from a family of 5th generation wealth where everyone's dad cut them off and said, I'm cutting you out of the will, go make your own fucking money, I'll pay for college. Okay, dad, cool. And then my dad's like, it seems like you're making a lot of money, I'm no longer going to pay for college. What? And my full scholarship getting pulled. That's why when you ask the question, do you want to take a harder version of the class? You kind of want to take the class before you take the class. And I know that doesn't make any sense to you, but I'm not going to repeat it. I am going to repeat it. You want to take HBS 6534 before you take 6534. Oh, cool. I'm glad you're learning a lot. blah blah blah, men talking like colloquialisms. I can't fault men for doing hollerback girl. Something I learned was that certain cultures just sit around a campfire doing group activities. Oh my god. And then they can't do work alone because their brain's broken. True story. Zero things have been invented on a particular continent. Zero. Hot Girl Entrepreneurship Club, you're very patient and very rich. Were you guys there for the Q&A yesterday where some random girl is going to get super rich and then guys were just talking trash? I was there. I remember. That's it. I'm going to do it. I removed you as mod. Go make $200. You should have made $5,000 by now. $50,000. Don't worry though. In 11 years, you'll still be at zero. I'm talking to a man who is just talking so much. Damn, this guy's giving me a contact high just by listening to him. What's a contact high? Is that where your brain has a sapiosexual gasm? This message is held for review. Yeah, when people say I have a pencil neck, that's the biggest compliment ever. That's like when a girl sees my schlonger and is like, "Oh, it's not so big." I'm like, "Thank you. Thank you." I think you need to see how big I am in person. Thoughts on the room temp IQ Cornell grads getting jobs at McKinsey? I love Cornell. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. And McKinsey, I'm not even going to, yeah, McKinsey. They had a person named Butt Fucks, or two dudes. One was named Butt, the other one was named Fuchs, Fuchs. And they were in on the same meeting, and I thought I was getting punked. It was Boot Fuchs. Look it up. It's McKinsey. They had to have done it to other people. They got business cards printed up and anything. Am I gullible? I can't find that question. I can't find that question. I can't find that question. It had to do with, do we want to take a version of the class that's a harder version? And the answer, which is so much money, is you want to take HBS 6534 before you take it at Harvard. This is what McKinsey does, is they produce a slide deck to give you all the value, and then people who hire McKinsey, they just say, you do it. This is what you needing, like, you are a flower. You think I'm a gardener, but I'm the flower and you refuse to garden anything. You've juxtaposed the flower garden situation. Next step is a 7-day ban, because this is a safe space for everybody, but you're talking so much. Are you even a woman? Because it's what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. I don't realize trust funds from an orthopedic surgeon fathers fell into the threshold of a business. Uh, that sounds very Drexel, 1 year away from graduating Drexel. I don't realize trust funds from an orthopedic surgeon father fell into the threshold of a business. Whose dad is an orthopedic surgeon? This is your brain so much in a pretzel that you are trying to put my brain into a pretzel. That's bullet point number one, crabs. So, this is why I succeed, because I am so gullible and I will not ever not be gullible. Is it an accusation that Tom Chang is an orthopedic surgeon? What? Let me introduce you to Larry the Starfish. Let me introduce you to Larry the Starfish at Duck 9, because jokes above your head, jokes above your head, not jokes aside, is Larry the Starfish is going to make more money than you. This is why. Because Larry the Starfish, he's pulling triple duty, kind of like McKinsey. What's McKinsey? What's McKinsey? It's McKinsey Cornell grad. We're not ripping on Cornell going into McKinsey. We want to be able to springboard, because Cornell, let's say Cornell takes this class audit and fails at raising a search fund. You want to win anyway by layer two venture capital, slap a stuffed animal on it, and make your cadaver slay. Do you have any questions about that? Do you have any questions about that? Do you have any questions about that? Cornell. Cornell failing at raising a search fund because they're auditing the class at Harvard. This is how to fail forward. This is how to win anyway. Is you go into lecture 2, software 8 PEVC. You see, software 8 PEVC, I don't want to intimidate you with high school coding, high school programming, which is the 7th grade level minus 2. But I will make it funny by layer 2 venture capital, which is software eat the world. If software eat the world, I can have a stuffed animal standing, or I guess he's sitting standing next to the software. This is Larry the Starfish. He has 3 jobs. And what's good about Larry the Starfish is he's able to do something called recursion. Now, if photocopying something into 4 pages is above your head because you call it Xeroxing, know that recursion is just this magic trick. Hold on, hold on. Oh my God, there's 2 of them. Do you know who Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang are? Do you know who John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang are? This is what happens when you fail at raising a search fund because you went to Cornell with McKinsey, and then now you're trying to take an HBS class informally via a Chinese cowboy who's the whitest white dude that you've ever met. No, I'm not going to date you, even though Cornell working at McKinsey is my sweet spot. Why? Because you're going to be hot, you're going to fail, and you're going to fail forward. Dating me, off the table. Winning at my your mic's cutting out. Read my lips, ladies. Stare longingly into my lips at Hot Girl Entrepreneurship Club. Sometimes the mic cuts out. Read lips. Learn to read lips. Fail it. We're still on 11. Fail at raising a search fund. Win anyway, Cornell. Taking HBS 6534 informally via the spoken word. I'm curious to see what your notes look like. I'm not curious. I kind of don't want to know. The men have demoralized me. Crabs are pulling me down. Crabs are pulling me down. Crabs. Crabby crabs. Crabs in a pot pull each other down. Women in group exercise will snipe. Look at group exercise with women. It's all women of the same number of eggs left and butt size in congregation. Once you see this, once you see what I see, you can't unsee it, because the people that PEVC want to throw money at are the people who can recursively photocopy themselves. Because can you connect to another person? Can you connect to another person who's younger than you? Can you keep the other person from being demoralized? Can you say things that cheer other people? Or are you going to say something to tear them down? Crabs. Crabs try to tear each other down. Crabs try to rip each other's claws off. Crabs are crabs in a pot. That's not racist to say. It's speciest to say. I, Larry Chang, think that humans are more intelligent than crabs. I'm a speciest. I'm pro-human. I prefer puppy, but I'm pro-human. That's why I do this. Do you feel the love? You feel the love. Should we pray real quick? You see, when you fail at raising a search fund and you win anyway, Cornell, McKinsey, what you're winning at is you don't have to just take Strand GT353 the one time. You can take it 9 times. I took engineering 145 before I taught engineering 145. I took it before I taught it. So why don't you get ready to teach it? Oh my God, this video is the best video and the most valuable video that you've ever come across. Because what if you took this class, not even virtually, in reality? What if you really, really took this class and then took it again? Oh my God, did I just explain to you why I'm great at basketball? Because I can't tell you how many people show up at math class, no clue about math class. I'm kicking your ass at basketball because me putting a ball into a basket, the basket's twice bigger than the ball. But to you, it's got a lid on it because you can't score. You can't score when there's no defense. How are you going to score when there's some defense? I'm not saying take the class that's a harder version of it. I'm saying listen to what I'm saying and try to agree with me, where are my 5 compliments? Practice 5 compliments. I don't need a compliment. I get plenty of compliments when I Ed Chen my shirt off, when I Aaron Patzer my shirt off. This is why you should join my cult, because this cult leader doesn't need you to be brainwashed, because I can get a person who's never heard me say anything to want to sleep with me. In fact, women have told me that are ugly, the more you talk, you're talking your way out of it. I don't want to be in it, which is vagina. I don't want to be in it. Me talking my way out of it, that doesn't make any sense. That makes sense to me. Does it make sense to you? Because when you fail at raising a search fund, what you're doing is you're failing forward and then connecting it to Software 8 private equity venture capital. And then you do layer 2 venture capital, which you slap a stuffed animal. I consent for you to steal a version of Larry the Starfish by buying it at a website. What is it? Don't you hate when websites have names that are kind of like something, but then it's confusing? It's like Maduro, that leader that our government kidnapped, hijacked, repatriated. Brazil. Oh, it's a river. It's a river. The Yangtze. It's like the Yangtze River of South America. Amazon. Amazon. So you go to Amazon and then you buy the starfish. You buy the starfish. You buy the starfish and then you call it Larry the Starfish. Now you're executing PEVC, Software 8, private equity, and venture capital. This is why, and I'm going to walk you through it, and I'm going to borderline mansplain it to you, is you are at a conference that you are going to speak at as an unemployed person who's quasi-entrepreneurial. Do you like how I'm being welcoming to the men who don't have a job? I know. All are welcome. How to speak at a conference as an unemployed person. You see, you bring 2 starfish to hashtag LABCS 1459, which is Bitcoin for corporations. Larry, how do I make $200 when I'm poor? What? What? How does that even make any sense? What your question is? Oh, wait, I forget. You haven't read page, I want to say 64. I want to say page 64. Is that crazy that I can? Is that crazy that I'm memorizing a page number? Let me check to see if it's correct. Did I say 64? I think I said 64. Because remember, you asked a question and I said to you, your question's not so great. So I'm not going to tell you the book because that's kind of private. Ooh. The one real object of education, Harvard would be that. The one real object of education is to leave a person in the condition of continually asking good questions. Bishop Mandel Creighton. Huh. I wonder if 2 more pages inside that book, maybe 67, maybe 62. What a good question. What are your pronouns? What are your pronouns? May I ask what your pronouns are? May I moderate you? I don't need to ask your permission to make you a moderator. I do need to ask you, do you feel comfortable sharing your pronouns? How do I make rich people give me money? That would be the 3 business models. This is what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. is we don't want to be limited to two business models, which is beg, borrow, steal, give me. We don't want to be limited to dollars per hour either. We also don't want to be prostitutorial. The way to get rich people to throw money at you in an accelerated fashion is to do lecture number 12. Lecture number 12 is turning around HBS 6532 while not working at Harvard, calling it this hashtag, this is how to get rich people to throw money at you. I'm going to be curious to see if you can type out this hashtag because I'm answering your question. You might be chortling. You might be thinking that my blase nature indicates that because I took the time to physics compression algorithm like a physicist, remember, just because we're a top 50 physicist does not make us not number one in entrepreneurship education at Harvard Business School. Do you need me to repeat that? Does my neck look like a pencil because the jawline? Am I mewing right now? No, it's answering your question. How do I get rich people to throw money? I almost said throw vagina. I'm a little shell shocked. I consent to you sending bathroom selfies in 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 retrograde Mercury. I mean, I don't, but the more I say don't send me them, yeah. How to get rich people to throw money. It's called turning around hashtag HBS 6452 SWE. I'm curious to see if you're going to put that hashtag in the comments. Hashtag HBS 6452 SWE. Do you need me to repeat that? You got it? Cool. Harvard Business School 6452 SWE is software engineering, University of California, Irvine, 6452, Harvard Business School. You don't see, but I'll tell you, Harvard doesn't troll or scrum or dig the trash pile out of UC Irvine. Hashtag SWE277P. Good job. Good job. This is how to get rich people to throw money at you. Thank you. Thank you for helping me help you. By you not telling me what your pronouns are, I'm going to assume that they're he, they, him. That's okay. All are welcome here. I roll. At least you're being a respectful cis heterosexual male or gay male. We don't even need to talk about sexuality. Thank you for leaving your gender and your sexuality out of it. I'm not going to ask you to forgive my hilarious jokes. If I don't add humor to this, nobody would watch it. This is the most genius thing that anyone's ever come up with. Why are there not 80,000 views? Oh, I do know why. It's because I'm a prickly pear. Oh, I do know why. It's because my ego has to come through. What people mistake as ego, it's actually competence and a volume of information. If I don't make every fifth thing hilarious, people stop learning, people stop paying attention. Because hashtag HBS6452SWE is an amalgam. Remember when I talked about hashtag external API? In the comments, your choice, your money. You see, hashtag external API is asking this three-way genius question. which is what if UC Irvine, HBS, and Larry Chang were in a three-way? Because nobody at HBS is going to go slum with Hadar Ziv's class with Muhammad. Like, they're not going to talk to UC Irvine software engineering professors, SWE. You needing attention is heartbreaking because instead of the dopamine of Larry Chang's love, which I love you so much that I'm willing to separate myself from you. And I'm not talking to women right now. Do you see how me saying that is going to get more bathroom selfies or bedroom selfies? Do you see how me helping you is hurting me? Because you won't help me help you. Oh my God. This is exactly what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School. Because Hadar Ziv, hashtag SWE277P, software engineering 277P. The way the class used to work is a company comes in, talks to software engineers, and then the software engineers fix the company. And then the company's like, we're in Medicare, Medicaid, we're in healthcare, software ate the world. Thank you for doubling the value of our business. That's what we're doing at Harvard with a UC Irvine, Stanford Engineering, Wharton crossover. I know I said three-way, but I didn't want to scare you or tempt you with a four-way where you're like, hey, Larry, me and three girls, we want you to come over and dance at our bachelorette party. We're willing to pay the $29,000 lap dance fee. Here it is. We prepaid it. You see, that lap dance that leads to a five-way, that's not a intercourse. It's a lap dance that's PG-13 because during the lap dance, I'm getting you $30,000 in ROI because during the lap dance, I will be singing a country song. The police might actually show up to perform security. Why? Because the lap dance will be accompanied by a country song called You Really Need to Take Math Class Before Math Class. You really need to take math class before math class. That's hashtag SWE277P. That's hashtag HBS6452SWE. You see, what you're doing is you're doing lecture 12, which is you're turning around hashtag HBS6452. You see, the class is broken. Right now, the class has an equivalent in the Indian Pakistani community called How Do I Buy an Econo Lodge for $1.5 million? Here's the answer. You don't. You can just pick one up out of bankruptcy. That's why they got rid of chapter 17 from edition 5 to edition 4. How's my degree right now? Do you need me to show you my paper degree? Let me go get it. Let me go get my paper degree. This is edition 6. You asked for my paper degree. This is edition 5. I bought edition 5 used for $3. These cost also $5. Now this version costs $300. What edition is this? That would be edition 5. New Business Ventures and the Entrepreneur. Now it's 300 bucks. I bought it for 3. This is 6th edition. This is 6th edition. These cost $5. I know, my hands are ginormous. My hands are ginormous. There is a chapter 17. Chapter 17 connects to lecture number 11. Hey Larry, will you tell me what lecture 11 is? At Stram GT 353, it's collateral, default, rope to choke. Larry, did you teach that class? Because Irv Grosbeck talks about thermodynamic revenue. I wish I could make that up. Cheers. Cheers to you. Cheers. Cheers, cheers. Lecture 13. Basically, you show up with 2 stuffed animals at a conference and you distribute. Remember, layer 2 venture capital. Remember, layer 2 venture capital is slap a stuffed animal on it, make it slay. So what you're doing at LABCS 1459 is $MSTR, $STRC, $STRD, $STRK, $STRF. Because nobody can get those 5 things straight. And all you do is memorize. Oh, is this where Mushi 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 comes in? It's not the I'm not going to apologize for being funny, because it's just 100.0% true. And the reason my methodology for delivery is like this is I'm trying to signal to people that I am high Larry ass. Because all I care about are the giggles and the shits, and us doing Larry the Starfish. I'm not going to charge you $2 million. I'm going to try to charge you $100 million, because what the actual F, Fong Li, and you're welcome for me helping you be a billionaire, because before I met you, you were not CEO of MicroStrategy. $MSTR, $STRC, $STRD, $STRK, $STRF. There are people with an MIT physics JD MBA as a quad admit, kind of like Larry Chang, Stanford Law, Stanford Business, Harvard Law, Harvard Business, that can't get those 5 things straight. How straight are you feeling about turning around Chapter 11J? You see, we're going to need to practice turning around a business for $0. with zero venture capital. Have you seen that name badges are broken? Tom Brady, my Shih Tzu, I swear when I'm not here, he's been bringing over female Australian Shepherds. Have you seen how much hair comes off of an Australian Shepherd? It's a furnado. It's like a it's a tornado of fur. It's a tornado of fur. Because what we're doing with lecture number 12 is recognizing that similar to the problem of a fur tornado, there is a tornado of poop in the air because of DEI. And we don't have to say DEI is bad or good. It's just a thing. It was a thing out of good intention, which is currently there are not enough 6'5" Chinese quarterbacks in the NFL. There are not enough. Let's try to get 7 of them. Oh my God, they're not doing so well because they didn't play in college. They barely played in gym class. That's if DEI were broadcast on ESPN. Luckily for Black, white, and Hispanic people, not doing well at math class is not broadcast. You see, there are some problems that come with DEI. Oh, green tea is delicious. A quarter of the students at University of California, San Diego cannot do 4th grade math. That's okay because we're not going to solve UCSD. We're just going to solve Harvard's problems, which is turning around HBS 6452, turning it around. You see, we can turn it around by fixing a company that's a cadaver. So you and I will pick a cadaver and we'll turn it around. I recommend turning around a name badge company such as Avery Name Badges. Lecture 13. Lecture 13. Ooh. Do you see how lecture 13 we just did? It's called Edition 5, Lecture 11, Chapter 17, SRAM GT353, where I held up those books, the book and the books, right? That's Lecture 13. It dovetailed perfectly Lecture 12. Do you see how haters are magically in tune and in step? Because somebody was demanding that I show them a degree on paper. And I'm like, let me go get that paper degree. And I showed you 1,000 pieces of paper that formulated a degree. You see, if the government takes away all of my money, I'm going to make all of that money back. You see, if someone were to take away all of my athletic ability, I would be happy that I was a pentaplegic and rewire everything back. Larry, you're a retard. There's no such thing as a pentaplegic. You see, you have 4 limbs. You could be a quadriplegic. I hope that you never get a Ferrari with all your untold millions. And if you buy me a Ferrari, you're trying to kill me because guys like me have been dying in a Lambo, Ferrari, Corvette, just like that Paul dude from Fast and the Furious. You see, I'd be a pentaplegic because it would be 2 arms, 2 legs, and a baby arm. I'd be a pentaplegic. But like that guy from the Jets, I would rewire everything back. This is how to take haters and turn them into lemonade and meatloaf and ribeye. Spilled milk under the bridge turned into an omelet with a windmill. Edition 5, Lecture 11, Chapter 17, hashtag StramGT353. I just walked you through that a fifth time. We can take this class before we take the class. And then we take it again. Lecture 14. What they don't teach you at Harvard Business School, what they don't teach women at Harvard Business School, they used to teach at Harvard Business School. All I'm doing is giving Harvard back what they used to do. Am I the only one taking notes about Harvard getting worse? That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Because how's my University of Illinois degree looking right now? Is it any wonder why Silicon Valley is run by University of Illinois? The reason University of Illinois runs Silicon Valley is I've been to this rodeo before. What rodeo is this? It's a rodeo of shit that's a shit sandwich. This new governor is just as crooked as the last governor. This crooked president is just as crooked as the last president. Biden, Trump, they're basically the same dude. They both have kids that are absolute retards while doing a bunch of sketch deals. This is not eating a poop sandwich. It's all one giant pile of poop. Am I the only one who, on November 6th, 2024, realized we just elected the same dude? Cognitive decline. What they don't teach you at Harvard Business School, they used to teach you at Harvard Business School. Lecture 15, and did teach you at Stanford 2009 to 2013. And Lecture 1, hashtag SWE277P at UC Irvine. Doing a three-way Harvard, UC Irvine, that's hilarious. Come on, that's hilarious. Because you thought it was three-way, like, ooh, three-way. Because basically 2 girls is the equivalent to 1 guy in trauma, if you ask me. You don't have to ask me. I'm telling you. 2 girls, 1 me version under 22 years old, half, is basically 1 dude. That's why I used to have horrible gaydar. Now I have CRM. You see, what they don't teach you at Harvard Business School, they did teach you at Stanford 2009 to 2013. Lecture 16. Collect massive lead gen. You see, all these things are possible, but you have to sell one person. You have to get one stranger who doesn't know who you are to pay you money. And they pay you money, let's say $800, because you showed them $3,000. But then when you say stuff like, my penis, they're like, what does your penis have to do with anything? Or, I'm poor. Like, what does you being poor have to do with the library? Oh, that's why you don't go to the library. Oh, I get it now. You see, I'm learning from you guys. You see, minority men don't want to go to the library because it's free, because people who know how to read and write, they're at the library. They're called authors. Do you see how women should be separated from the men? Do you see that? because when men are trying to drag other men down, women get scared. Women get scared. The good thing about women being scared is that my cute face, that's really not cute at all, but just hot, can be labeled as cute. That's why I try to be fluffy and cute. That's the only thing holding this channel together is my hot face, my pencil neck. Oh yeah, my pencil neck. Thank you. Thank you because thank you. Thank you. Have we done the exercise yet of pay 5 compliments? Have we done that yet? Have we been able to execute that? 5 compliments. Larry, I don't want to learn about this Harvard stuff. Can you just introduce me to a man almost as hot as you and almost as rich as you? I kind of just want to do the oldest business model since time began called get married to a rich guy. That's all I want. Cool. Did you pay 5 compliments in 2025? Lecture 17. Ooh, oh my God. I'm not even going to tell you what 17 is because you're going to say that's genius. Plus, tell me one of the 16 that I already gave you. Tell me one of the 16. First person to tell me one of the 16 gets a gift card to then send me. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Upcoming segment 39 days. 39 days. 39 days upcoming. Expanded. Ooh. Expanding on a prior. so cute. You're so cute. Let's alleviate the sexual tension. Let's mitigate our energy. Let's redirect that, dare I say, dirty energy, because you're so cute. You're actually being sexy dirty, but I'm going to call you cute. I'm trying to redirect your energy. This is where we're directing it towards alleviating the pressure of performance. Is this performative? No, this is educational and entertaining. Performative. By alleviating the burden of performance, financial rewards, your financial reward. You're financially rewarded. Would you like a credit card that you can spend on unlimitedly? Because we are talking about limitless money. Because this is the 39 days of women's content. This is limitless money, limitless free food, limitless like the Bradley Cooper movie, limitless like Larry Chang, limitless American Express credit line. Living rent-free, these are all things that are deeply understood. Capital knowledge, deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding venture capital knowledge, deeply understanding Chinese knowledge, doing a turnaround, because we now don't need to feel pressure to perform. We don't feel that pressure to perform because of our friends over at American Express. Ditto our friends here. Ditto our friends at Yeti paying some bills. Literally paying bills with a video. Green tea just tastes better in a hot, cold, insular device. Check out friends over at Yeti. Check them out. Pretty cool, right? Last friends, saving for the best friends, that would be DNA Fund. Look, I'm propagating pathos as I'm welcoming you into the 39 days of women's content, conjuring up genius protocols out of thin air, Brene Brown, generating content which propagates. You see, we don't need another master's degree as women. We don't need, I'm gonna make sure that I don't break my DNA house. The reason we're thanking DNA House for friendship number 3 is because friendship number one was American Express. Friendship number 2, drinking green tea out of a Yeti. What's going on? Matt General, what's up? Welcome. We're kicking off the 39 days of women's content with 3 friendship, dare I say, a 4-way. 1, American Express. What if your American Express card had an unlimited credit line while lowering your car payments, while helping you step towards living mortgage-free, rent-free, car payment-free? That's a protocol within 39 days of women's content. Thank you for remedial patriarchal men who aren't quite detail-minded. Did you pick up the egg safe space for everybody. This is content geared towards heteronormative females. We're doing 39 days of women's content. Step one is benefiting from the mistakes of a stubborn male, which is Larry. Men lie on the internet. Oh, that's interesting that men lie. Let's benefit from men's lies. Let's do 39 days of women's content. Here's a lie. Maybe women have been told this before. You tell me. Which is, women, my name is not Larry Chang. I'm rich. When men lie, we can benefit. This is the benefit. Some of you guys might be confused right now. We can benefit because currently a man lied to us. We determined that everything is bullshit. The government, we're rich. We can print all the money we want. Being lied to is historic and might be at historic peaks. This is the benefit. It's called fuck around, get free food. FAGFF, specifically chapter 69, Limitless. You see, you might not believe that I delivered 2,000 days of Christmas because it sounds like a joke. Christmas, if you don't celebrate, what's wrong with you? Which would be December 25th. You meet family and you say, oh, don't you wish that Christmas were every day, all the time? That would be 365 days of Christmas. Some of us who are in a world of hurt, we did not get a great Christmas. Some of us who are not benefiting by standing next to the sugar daddy printing money called the Kenelon effect for money, we did not get the 12 days of Christmas. Someone did a economic analysis of the 12 days of Christmas. All the gifts in the 12 days of Christmas currently cost about $2.6 million. When it started, it was 32 silver pieces. I'm not going to convince women to think about the Roman Empire, because this is the 39 days of Christmas. The 12 days of Christmas, it's old. What we are going to do, though, is realize, hey, Larry, your voice sounds amazing. How did you repair it? Put a pin in that, put that in the tickle box, because let's start with something concrete and specific so that way you can ADD away the rest of your workday. Let's get into some 3 things that are concrete and specific so that way you can financially benefit from the time that you've invested of 2 minutes. Who am I? My channel's on what they don't teach you in school. And this is not a pitch for me to get you to get a master's degree on top of the 2 master's degree that you already have gotten. It's not that. What this is a triumvirate fortune cookie sized explosion of this. You see, within 39 days of women's content, this is day 0, also $0. I don't know what your egg count is right now, but this is the most positive self-affirmational thing that you will be able to prove on 10 levels, which is self-affirmational. I will always be more feminine fertile than Larry Chang, the alpha feminist. Feel yourself know that truth, which is true, is your launch point springboard 39 days of women's content. Throwing vagina intelligently. What is throwing vagina? It's different from throwing seeds. It's different from spreading seeds. It's a topic that's rarely discussed. This is day 1 of the 39 days of women's content. that is a prequel to an actual 39 days of women's content, which is all the content and the benefit before the 39 days even start. Think of it as 2,000 days of Christmas. You should be moderating. Think of it as 2,026 days of Christmas. Think of it as cheerleading your first cheer. Because mentally, if your default not cheering, because maybe you chortle a little bit to say, why is this man looking, pronoun rocking? You didn't ask me what my pronouns were, but let's say you assumed, and that's okay, because this is a safe space to make hypotheses. This is a safe space to make guesses that are educated. This is also a safe space to make assumptions, because you're not going to make an ass out of you and me during this assumption. You're going to make an ass ton of money. This is me walking you through the 39 days of women's content. I almost said the 39 days of Christmas. Did you feel that? Did you feel that mistake? Because this is not that Sheryl Crow sound where we say, did I say sound or song? It's not going to be your favorite mistake. It's not. Because it's going to be a very Vanderbilt mistake. How well am I prepared? How excited are you? Don't invite another friend. Just focus on you. Accept this as a gift from me to you. This is cheerleader, yay a man. This is cheerleader, yay a woman. Because cheerleading is hard. Your brain is set to default negative, default social media, default Karen. Who's Karen? Who's Karen? Karen is a person who is beside herself, not inside of herself. She's trying to do a lot of things. And I'm not going to say that it's bad. I am going to say that her results, they could be better. Let's do a turnaround. Are we going to turn around a Karen, which is turnaround? If you've never met Larry the Starfish, he makes more money than 90% of men. So all you need to do is get to know Larry the Starfish. All you need to do is get to know him. Larry Chang, did you name your starfish Larry? I did not. There's a llama named Larry with an old guy named Larry. I looked up who the handler was because I wanted to hire Larry the llama for work. I wanted to hire Larry the llama for work, and I looked it up, and it was Larry the llama. Who's Larry the llama? Walked by Larry the llama. He enters conflict zones, aka a war zone. He enters a conflict zone and he diffuses conflict. 39 days of women's content. You feel like you're a man. You're moderating a room meant for women as a man. You tricked me. Vagina is what will be thrown at you if you use LinkedIn as a dating app. LOL. Are you a woman or a man? All are welcome, but I'm focusing on women. 39 days of women's content. Brain equals default Larry Chang. Brain equals default Karen. What we're doing here is gender reversal entrepreneurship exercises. Be the first woman on the planet to do what? You're a woman. Be the first woman on the planet to do what? That would be to cheer on another woman who's got more eggs than you. be the first woman on the planet, well, actually, the 5,000th woman on the planet, to cheerlead me cheering you on. Cheerlead me cheering you on. Be the first woman on the planet. Say thank you for this, because this is a giant knowledge nugget. This is what I was talking about with a free line of credit that costs $700 that pays for itself. Thank you to our friends over at American Express. Ditto, thank you to our friends at Yeti. Larry, would you be averse to drinking that green tea in a hot, safe, keep your hot drinks hot and keep your cool drinks cool? I would say thank you. That's why we're saying thank you to our friends at Yeti. Plastic-free copper straw, good for the environment. Not that I care, because it's two countries that are polluting the oceans, and polluting the oil. It's two countries. Why are you penalizing a man for stuff that another country does? Men hate sucking out of a paper straw. Men hate that. This is women's content. This is 39 days of women's content. Thank you, and you're welcome. Darn it. As a woman, I need to say thank you less to compliments. I just need to better accept a compliment versus melting down. Because we women, our lives are based on hardship and difficulty and searching for problems to solve, indignation. When we're in a Garden of Eden, we want to go fuck shit up. How well does Larry Chang understand women? This is why, if everything's going super well, we need to check in with our brain. Where we don't say, hey, why is this really tall, hot Chinese guy who's helping me and has already helped me? Gosh, this guy Larry Chang, he's batting 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaires. Maybe I should just be happy in the Garden of Eden and not burn it down to the ground just so I can gain a little bit of dopamine from destroying things and then trying to fix it up again. Ignoring the side chat, I'm not going to time you out. You're trying to get a negative reaction out of me. This is what we need to do as women, which is we need to embrace the fact that men also destroy things, but intrinsically there are some subtle differences in our own self-destructive ways. Let's turn that self-destruction around into some positive instruction. Is this your first Larry Chang video? Welcome. It's 39 days of women-oriented content. All of it on today, January 8th. I'm not going to make you wait 39 dates. I'm not going to make you wait till February 39, which is March 11th. I'm not going to make you wait. Why? Because you're super you, and I'm going to give it all up to you immediately. You see, I'm not going to just look at you and say, I'm going to just leave a trail of breadcrumbs. I need you to like, subscribe, and be hooked on my stuff. I want to give this all to you so that way you can come, grow, go. I want to give you everything all at once. This is the new woman rising. Are we the first gender to utter mansplain? This is the new mansplain, which is womansplain, which is Larry Chang explaining who's the first gender to use the word mansplain. mansplain. It's the opposite of the 39 days of women's content. This is the point where you realize, oh my God, he's actually being genius and serious. I've been laughing the whole time, confused. My brain is a pretzel. You see, there's this truth which you know. It bothers you, but you haven't been able to solve it. It's this. Why do women subtly jab at and dislike, dare I say, hate other women? Because the first gender to say mansplain was trying to get women to be poorer. It was trying to destroy women who were 7 to 10 years younger. This is what women have done because of biological wiring. You see, when I said, who's the first gender to utter mansplain? Here's the genius content that I read. There is no link on down below. Here's the genius of mansplain, which is, by saying mansplain, you're saying, I don't want to know the details. Therefore, making the income earning differential higher. This is the opposite of mansplain. This is 39 days in about 45 minutes. Because in 39 days of women's content, February 1 to March 11, that's 39. Because 28 plus 11, it approximately equals 39. Do you know how hard it is for me to do math while talking? It's okay. I accept your temporary negativity. I accept your temporary negativity. And I will promote you. Because this is why. Mansplaining, this isn't mansplaining. This is the opposite. This is the polar difference. If mansplaining were the South Pole, 39 days would be the North Star. Not even in the North Pole. Somebody doesn't know that when the tectonic plates shift, Antarctica becomes tropical. I'm very proud of myself for that because I juxtaposed what you expected, South Pole, North Pole, to be North Star. The North Star never changes. Enjoy your newfound powers. I'm curious to see what you're going to do it. I'm curious to see what you're going to do. Yes, you are in charge now. Tell me what your pronouns are, which is mansplain. If mansplain were the South Pole, 39 days is the North Star and the North Pole. And on the opposite side, think anus to mouth. Opposite ends of the gastrointestinal tract. Put that in the tickle box because that's our second brain, women's stomach, gastrointestinal, increasing our ability to make better intuitive decisions. Put that in the on-deck circle. That's a topic that's on the agenda. Mansplain. Guess who loses when we convince people to no longer explain things? It's long-form video. It's why Joe Rogan's and the Nick Fuentes and the horrible podcasts that we don't watch, that's why they succeed. It's long-form video. Which of the 74, 79, 80, 84, 89? Which of the 80, my producer's in my ear. Which of the 89 genders genders is more likely to consume short form video. Short form video, who's the guilty party? Because the first gender to juxtapose, remember there's 96 genders. The first gender to juxtapose mansplain into 39 days, dare I say 2,000 days of Christmas, that's the person who wins. Do you like how I switch from gender to person? Because it's everyone out for themselves. We can't fix our entire 99 genders. Because this is a safe space for women. Are you intimidated by me? That's okay. Because details to the 39 days, that's where the Easter eggs are. Here's a question which is not performative, not theoretical, which is, how many Easter egg hunts do you host or attend per year? Yes, I am lucid. No, I am not high. Yes, I am drinking green tea from my friends over at Yeti. This is the best. I would have bought this for $40 were it not free. If you would like to send me free shiitake, it would be 125 University Avenue, Palo Alto, California, 94301. Text message or email me the tracking number. Details. Question. I'm completely sober. 62, 64, 67, Chapter 4, Chapter 14, Chapter 13. Turbo hike? Larry, I love football. I love football and I love beer. It's my one chance to mate with. It's my one chance of the year to mate. Because I host Super Bowl parties. How many Easter egg hunts do you host per year? Because remember, it's the 2026 days of Christmas. I'm giving you all 39 days inside of this YouTube Live. Because I just gave you 6 Easter eggs, you should be able to make $1,000. I'm hard selling you on selling one. I'm hard selling you on selling one. You see, you think that the patriarchy is a secret society. You see, you think that matriarchy is the new norm. It's not, and that's why mansplaining is meant to be an internal civil war by and between women. All that matters is the 3 laws of thermodynamics. That's a clip. That's a clip right there. That's a clip. You see, you can leave the video right now. In fact, I kind of encourage you to, because I just gave you all the benefit. Because the only thing that matters is not who the president is, which presidential party is going to next lie to us. You should see who switched parties, who's in the portal, November 6, 2024. DEI. Is that me mansplaining what a defensively excellent infielder is? No, it's Larry. That goldfish, it's super cute. The only reason I'm even watching this is because of your hot face, and I'm quite honestly kind of lost right now. What this is NLP, not Neuro Linguistic Programming, which it is. I'm programming your brain to read. This is just like reading, and I'm presenting it ADD in a script because sometimes people can't read super well. Short form video content equals brain rot. Long form video consumption is basically an audiobook, which is also not great, but it's better than zero book. The first person to say audiobook loses. That would be me. I first said audiobook. You see, NLP, Lang, HAF. When I say acronyms or a hashtag, do you want me to mansplain it for you? Because the opposite of mansplaining is the North Star, which is this North Star. It's hiding in plain sight, begging for you to orient yourself. Do you see the comedy in a very large Oriental man trying to get you women oriented? See, I'm even juxtaposing the word because I'm having to mansplain an acronym while I'm explaining the North Star, which is a hashtag, which is hashtags. Women and men use it incorrectly right now. It's an exclamation point at the beginning of something sarcastic. First principles, 3 laws of thermodynamics, it applies to hashtags because today is the 39 days of women's content. All in one day, delivering the content's value already, but let me redeliver the value like I'm UPS FedEx dropping off a package at Duck 9, 125 University Avenue, Palo Alto, California, 94301. I'm redelivering another $90,000 in value. Here you go. Can you repeat that? That's the expansion on a prior. That's the Easter egg. That's the have you ever used one hashtag to try to pay for a free vacation? Have you ever used one hashtag to get a credit card where you spend unlimited because you're making money limitless? You're making limitless money. Expand on a prior. This is one hashtag. Say thank you. Say thank you to me. This is fucking around and getting free food, chapter 69, which is FAGFF. Let me Oriental explain the OODA loop. OOODA. The old one was Observe, Orient, Decide, Act, OODA. That's for female naval aviators at Top Gun. The old way was broken. This is the new way, which is Oriental, Observe, Orient, Decide, Act, which is, can you repeat that? Chapter 69, FAGFF. I'm not going to encourage you to write it down because your YouTube practice as a non-yoga practitioner, oh, you have taken yoga class? Cool. Let's realize you've been sitting in a yoga class the whole time. Your yoga teacher who's teaching Jivamukti style of seated yoga is currently holding in my abdominal muscles, trying to press them back to my spine while rolling my shoulders back, doing Nadi Shodhana breathing. This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about fucking around and getting rich. Fagar. Hard R. Fuck around, get rich. You see, fucking around and getting rich, that's Larry Chang, Stanford University, Engineering 145
not even joking. This is how we take mansplaining to become the 39 days of women's content. Because we have lost our ability to even call ourselves secretary. We're an administrative assistant or chief of staff. What kind of BSD, big swinging dick position is that? We want to have our flower accept knowledge, and then we imbibe that Larry Chang genius, and then we produce something in our Zelle, in our Cash App, into our bank account, where it overflows. Have you ever been in a situation where it just overflows, and you're like, I don't think I can take anymore. I don't think I can take anymore. That's when you take your money that reaches overflow, which is $200,000. Because remember, the FDIC, it only accepts insurance up to $200,000. When your flower is overrun by roots, okay? When your flower's overrun, when the roots need to be repotted, that's your bank account at $230,000, because that bank, it's going bankrupt. Every bank is going bankrupt. This is day number 69. It's day number 69 of hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. You see, when we have gotten our fill at the buffet table and we can't eat anymore, that's $200,000. The FDIC set these rules. Don't blame the messenger. Blame Larry Chang for putting too much money in your bank account, FAGR, which is fucking around and getting rich. Men lie to me, women, you get the benefit, which is, Larry, I'm already rich. Okay? You don't want just more free money while risking no money? No, I'm rich. That's called cognitive miser. That's called CRM, crowd reading management. That's called character compassing. Have I told you what the North Star is? It's Larry Chang. Before you say, oh my gosh, I'm Christian, that's sacrilege, let's drop a quick prayer. Father Lord, thank you for 39 days of women's content. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. I'm averaging 2.4 prayer per YouTube live. Larry, that was the shortest prayer ever. Can you pray longer? Why don't you ask me less for stuff? Because why don't you say thank you to some of the genius stuff that I've already dropped? Oh my gosh. Is that women valuing women? It is. Is that women cheering on other women? It is. Is this cheerleading? You see, it is cheerleading because we benefit from the Overton window shifting. Oh my God. I did not memorize this. This is in flow. Because FAGR, remember, a man lied to me. I'm gender fluid. Ask me what my pronouns are. She, he, she, he, she, he, she, he, she, he. Cheers to fluidity. Specifically fluid dynamics, accepting money flow. You see, you're in a yoga class right now. Am I behind on? Am I behind? Am I behind right now? Tell me if I'm behind. I mean, I've got so many moderators in here. This is all mods. No pressure to tell me who you are. No pressure. Because this is yoga class. This is yoga class. To the person whose message I pinned, I almost said pin tweet. What are your pronouns? No. You don't want to moderate other people. You don't want to moderate other people. You want to moderate your own brain. But, yeah. Does that help you? Help me help you. You don't have to moderate other people to help me. But thank you for the effort. FAGR, FAGFF. You see, somebody lied to me and they said that they were rich, but then I used CRM, crowd reading management, to determine that they are not rich because they themselves said, I'm poor. We'll call this person Ron because that was their name. You're witnessing a turnaround because Larry the Starfish, he actually has 3 jobs. Remember, everybody thinks that my Shih Tzu is spoiled. My Shih Tzu thinks that he's in hell right now because I asked the question, how can my Shih Tzu make I wish I could have captured the eye roll. I wish I could have captured the eye roll because he's right there pretending to be bored. He just eye rolled. This is cute shit and funny shit I've seen on the internet. There's no link on down below because you're going to think that there's an affiliate program or that I somehow financially benefit. I ask myself good questions. Put this in the tickle box, which is, what if my Shih Tzu could make $300,000 per month? What if he costs $300,000 per month? Then our AGI brain would come up with an answer for it if we asked questions. Were you guys in that video yesterday where we asked crazy great questions and then we avoided asking bad questions? Yeah. So this is the question that I asked, which is, do you believe me that this starfish makes more money? This one starfish makes more money than a team of Harvard MBAs. So this starfish, I don't know if I've ever introduced you before. People that text message me while I'm on a live, they're interruptive. Ladies, as women, do we interrupt people too much? Oh, I'm just ADD and proud of it. I'm ADD and proud of it. I'm ADD and proud. This is something that is not ADD. This is Larry the Starfish. He's available at Amazon for a single-digit number of dollars. There is no link on down in the description below. But I realize that I'm almost out of green tea. Thank you for your bathroom selfies during a YouTube live. How focused is my brain right now? I don't have any notifications, but OMG, I consent to you sending me pictures of you being naked. Not because I want them, because if I said stop sending me bathroom selfies, there would be more. How well do I understand women's psychology? You see, this isn't therapy because how well is that working for you? This is the opposite business model of therapy. You see, therapy, it hooks you into 39 therapy sessions. Therapy, they're probably going to sell you drugs because your therapist isn't a multimillionaire or having 1,000 millions. Ladies, how much money is $980 it's default negativity. It's scarcity mindset. Answer me this, my CRM is spot on. 1. What role does your father play in your life, if any? Did he pass away 5 years ago? Was he an alcoholic? This is scary that I can read this because if your father, what are you, 41? Are you 41? Your father should be alive and thriving if you're in your early 40s. Your father should be alive and thriving. This is CRM. You see, if your father were alive and thriving, he would be having sex with your biological mother. But this is what happens. Let's benefit ladies from the Overton window shifting. Do you see how I'm not looking for red flags? No response? No response means spot on. No response means spot on. Because we're not going to trickle out the benefit over 39 days. I'm not going to trickle out the therapy. This is therapeutic because we're not asking ourselves why we are broken as people. We know that we can get better from just making ourselves versus trying to side diagnose myself. Happy. Hetero norms have changed. Have you been on a dating app lately? Hetero norms have changed. Have you seen that guy, no link on down below, because it's hilarious? Which is, have you seen that video where that guy talks about using LinkedIn as his dating app? Oh my God. I thought he was joking. And then 4 minutes into it, I learned more than I did at the University of Illinois. The dating algorithm, that also has changed. People are behaving like a panda in captivity. The bang rate, the fornication rate, the going to third base rate, the panda. What's a panda in a zoo? A panda in a zoo does everything except for propagate. This is where we thank DNA Fund for propagating pathos. Are you in need of Web3 venture capital? See my friends over at DNA Fund. LinkedIn is not your dating app. LinkedIn is no longer your dating app. LinkedIn is no longer your dating app. Your new dating app, ladies, your new dating app is selling free shit that's free to you, very expensive to men. You see, the D word is getting thrown around quite often. The D word that I'm talking about, you know and I know. I'm not going to mansplain the D word. You see, the D word affects all 109 genders non-specifically because people changed. Is this perfectly on script? Surprisingly, yes. Because benefiting ladies from the Overton window shifting, brains broke. You could say brains broke over COVID. You could say brains broke recently. I'm witnessing lifetime brains breaking. Let's financially benefit from other people's brains breaking. This is 39 days of women's content. Each bullet point, because I've delivered, let's say 2,000 Easter eggs already, just from hashtags, hashtag chapter 69, FAGFF, period. Godspeed has timed out. Godspeed is timed out. Spot on read about your daddy. Spot on read. You just met the vagina whisperer. I'm not a vagina whisperer because I'm a pussy magnet. I'm a vagina whisperer because I fix broken brains. What do you look like underneath your hat? What do you look like underneath your hat? I wish you could smell it. My sweat, it smells like endorphins. My sweat smells like dopamine. This is where I consent for you to touch your bean because your boobs, they're very nice. You see, your brain was broken. It's getting fixed now because we're taking your sixth chakra. Let's be honest, it's your seventh chakra, but let's just stay at chakra number 5. Oh my God, rising. You see, there is so much blood right now in your groin area. Let's turn around and redirect some of that energy. This is the vagina whisperer dealing with hopefully not a pubic hair that's airborne. It's probably a pubic hair. Because we don't need to mansplain what the Overton window is. I want to make you a moderator. Will you text message me your name? Because I need to make sure that you're real and not an NPC. I've been tricked before. Limitless should help me fix my brain, and then prior the Joe Dispenza. Because I'm going to mansplain to you what the Overton window is by not explaining it, but I will mansplain the Instacart referral code. It's Roger A 2415D. Because arbitrage. When I say Uber driver, when I say Lyft driver, you think dollars per hour. Because you have two business models right now, which is beg, borrow, steal, or dollars per hour. This is fucking around and getting rich. We don't want to rent out our time. We want to memorize referral codes. Have I mentioned my Instacart referral code? Roger A 2415D. Because Uber referral code back when it was Uber Cab was P9TDS. P9TDS. This is why it's 39 days of women's content. Because P9TDS has to be the number one highest referral code earner, since earning or referring or lead generation, because the business model that you're in right now is food for lead gen. The business model that you're in right now is, I don't understand how Larry Chang makes money. Let me go ahead and do a Indian or Jewish maneuver, put that in the tickle box, because this is me looking for 4 blonde billionaires who are currently $15,000 in debt. Stop me if I sound like the smartest person that you've ever met. Because YouTube advice, it's incorrect at 100.0%. Why? Because all of the advice assumes that you're going from nothing to lottery winner. All the advice assumes that you're going from 0 to $1 million. This is the Larry Chang window, because you already know what the Overton window is. You already know. I'm not going to explain it to you, but based on you pretending to understand what the Overton window is, now you understand what the Larry Chang panoramic window is. You see, the Larry Chang panoramic window, it sounds like it's a joke, but what it is hashtag chapter 9 FAGFF. Because I don't want to help you get rich because you're underwater. Have you ever worked as a lifeguard? Let's say you went to summer camp and somebody violated you because it was Hebrew school. There's lifeguards there. They're going to beat the F out of you if you try to touch them in the middle of the night. How was your summer camp? What was your first sexual experience like? Let's understand lifeguarding, which is the person that is currently drowning, you can save them, but first, they're going to try to drown you. This is what they teach you in lifeguard school. It's because they can't help it. They're underwater. So they're going to push you down. You're their buoy. This is counterintuitive. This is why my channel works the way it does. Because I don't need to be popular. I'm not going to tell you, oh, you're already amazing. Let's make you more amazing. That type of video is called getting you to think that you're thinking. This video is true. This is the Larry Chang panoramic window. This is what life looks like when you have more than 600K. This is what life looks like when you are at a base camp. Look at how many people, this is why I do YouTube Lives. Look at how many people are trying to treat it like crabs in a pot, trying to drag me down, hoping for me to fail, and then still trying to pull down. Remember, Lucifer was trying to pull down Jesus in a time of weakness. This is just what losers do on the dark side. They'll just try to get you to lose. They have no shot to win. Look at the year. It's 2026, the year of our Lord. People are like, does Jesus even exist? He was just an amalgamation. The reason that this is the Larry Chang panoramic window is we are finally being honest that your student debt and your credit card debt, it needs to be addressed. We already addressed it in the first 5 minutes. Let's say you think that getting rich is impossible unless you win the lottery called Let's Get Married to Larry Chang and Steal Half a Stack, or some other version of a lottery. 2 business models: beg, borrow, steal via marriage, or dollars per hour. This is why dating's broken. This is the Larry Chang window standing atop the Overton window. This is the stand close to Larry Chang versus the Kenelon effect for money. This is why you think that money's broken. That was music to my ears. That was my dog drinking water. Brady, good job drinking water. You drink so much water. You drink so much water. Brady likes it when I top him off. He's like that alcoholic in a bar. He likes to be topped off with wine. But not wine, just water. Have you guys been to those restaurants? Have you guys been to those restaurants where they constantly top off your wine glass? You didn't even buy a glass of wine or a bottle of wine, but they keep topping it off. That's what happens when 2 ladies drink at the bar, or 1 lady drinks at a bar. Kenelon effect for money. Why do rich people spend $500 for lunch? It's the Kenelon effect for money. It's fucking around and getting free food. It's free money at the top because we have not been in capitalism since before the Federal Reserve started. That would be the early 1900s. We have not been in capitalism since then because it's been socialism at the top, socialism at the bottom, and everybody in the middle class is gonna get decimated. Am I the only one who understands the Weimar Republic? connected to the Roman Empire, connected to the 39 days of women's content. I'm quite proud of myself for that because I scripted it out. And if you've never met a Chinese person because you have 0 Chinese friends, there's no shame on you. There's no shame. No shame at all. Because that was number 7, net present value, free cash flow. I'm not going to go into Fin 254. I'm not going to go into a free Stanford hashtag called FANFE, Finance and Accounting for Non-Financial Executives, because that class costs $250,000 at the business school. I went ahead and spooled up similar content over at hashtag CS183 FANFE. Do you see why Stanford both loves me and hates me? Because why do I have to wait 39 days to get the 39 days of women's content? Why do I have to wait until HBS, GSB, HLS, SLS admit me? That would be Stanford, GSB, Harvard Business School, Harvard Law School, Stanford Law School. Why would I have to wait for the 4-way to happen? I am not about waiting. I'm all about the 35-way. Larry, I hear you have a lot of 3-ways. Would you like to be in a 3-way? No, thank you. But let's be in a 39-way today, which is the 39 days of women's content, net present value, free cash flow. Have you ever met a motivational speaker? Would you like to attend my workshop? There is no workshop. Will you lock in and stop covering your... Look at your body language right now. Let's open up our heart chakra and let's just breathe in the Larry Chang genius. We're going to be thankful for the universe because the YouTube algorithm, it blessed you with blessings. Open up your heart chakra. Let's Joe Dispenza up some chapter 4. I can't help it. It's mushy, mushy, mushy. Oh my God, at yoga class, my Caucasian yoga teacher named Larry Chang, he made me say Chinese words. He made me speak Chinese words. I think I had a gasm. I think my bean likes them. I give you this guy one thing, he is tolerant. What? I'm sending you a bill after this. Tell me I was wrong about your father. You're an open book. By the way, thank you for reminding me. I'm doing a fortune teller reading based on my CRM. You see, some people are incredibly huge birthday racists. Hey Larry, what horoscope sign are you? Oh my God. Oh my God. We are right on script with that joke, with your negative comment. Where is your biological father? Larry, not everybody has a dad. Or people with no dad? Larry, everybody has a dad. We don't want to live. We don't want to riv. By the way, I'm shopping for a Chinese accent coach. So if you know of a person who has the ability to teach a person with perfect English pronunciation, I need a Oriental language coach. Gamma Phi Beta living rent free. Gamma Phi Beta. 90 days from now, $2.1 million is due. You see, you could have thought to yourself, hey Larry, I want to go to Burning Man. I want to go to Burning Man. I want to go to Burning Man. And you're welcome for me taking you to Burning Man.
Enter to
I can't show you how to pay for Burning Man 90 days before you pay for Burning Man. Gamma Phi Beta Tucson. I'm not going to explain to you what a sorority is. You weren't in a sorority because they didn't recruit you and you didn't finish college. Be honest, you're 6 years away from a 4-year degree at the 4-year college that you went to for 1 year. Be honest. Is that true? Oh my God. Did you guys like that magic trick? This is the other magic trick. I have to write it down. How old are you? Was I right about your age? No. You don't want to delete other people's messages. You don't want to moderate other people's brain. You want to moderate your own brain. Larry, have you seen the Chinese cowboy video? Godspeed, how old are you? Was I right about your age? No, I know it wasn't you. Gamma Phi Beta. Do you like how I never lose my train of thought? Because we are on Burning Man, paying for Burning Man 90 days ahead. To wrap up 2 prior topics while bringing up this new topic, paying for Stanford University's FAN fee, finance and accounting, non-financial executives. FAN fee, paying for Burning Man, paying me $2.1 million per month. Larry, how do you make money? That's how I make money from you, is you pay me $2.1 per month, but you don't pay me that until 90 days prior to making $2.30. So it scales to $2.1 billion per month, but you don't pay the $2.1 billion per month until you make $2.3 billion. How many millions is $2.3 billion? Oh, thanks, buddy. Thanks. Did a male moderator ban a female? Oh my God. This is 39 days of women's days. This is 39 days of women's content. Guys or women acting like, oh my God, you guys are next door. You men are literally next door at men behaving and talking over women. That's in the adjoining room. That's Saturday, January 28th. That's January 28th. That's where you guys belong, in that other room. Because we're talking about $2.3 billion. After you make $2.3 billion, my business model is optionally pay me $2.1 billion. Did I just solve the income gap? Let me walk through the Burning Man. I constantly forget that. Is the Burning Man attendee still here? Of course you're still here. Will you say thank you?
You're mixing up the thank yous. You're on the right and wrong side. Everybody did, but she wants to go. Everybody did, but she still wants to go. This is why it's horrible. Tell me why you think it's horrible. It's horrible because networking is broken. The reason networking is broken is because the economic system is in free fall. There is no mobility between economic classes. There is only the 39 days of women's content. During Great Depressions, random stuff rises. This is what's so genius about the 39 days of women's content. Because right on cue, this is the income gap solved. YouTube. It's not telling you all of the details. YouTube, it's actively trying to suppress things that have been clearly true since YouTube was launched by my two friends, Chad Hurley, Steve Chen. You see, this is the income gap solved. This is Burning Man. This is why the networking is broken. This is why you're entering and participating in an oasis of networking that adheres to the laws of abundance while giving you three types of pills. None of them are drugs. This is a red pill that doesn't turn into a black pill, which is 3 red pills and now you're black pilled. This is how to tell other people that you're still blue pilled. This is double orange pill. Do you see why this is 39 years of content in under 74 minutes? Because who else has told you about the double orange pill? You can stay blue pill. Networking, which is, what if you set as an agenda, ladies, benefit from the Overton window shifting for women? Because $2.1 per week, that might be too much money for you, because this is something that's true for 95 to 99% of women. Also, men, which is 39 days of women's content. 99% of women, as low as 95% of women, will not make $100,000 total before women turn 30. Think about that. This is why there's only 2 business models for most people, which is beg, borrow, steal, aka marry somebody who makes 6 figures a month, who's 6 feet tall, who has a 6-pack. We're still in yoga class right now. I'm rocking my abs by pulling my stomach muscles towards my spine, therefore posturing and breathing. Nadi Shodhana breathing, page 42. You should be able to make $200,000. We're about to talk about $1,200 per day. Who wanted to make $1,200 per day? That would be my co-founder, Matt Smith. I'm like, that's so random and specific. Why 1,200? Because I want to live at the Four Seasons every day. Matt Smith making $1,200 per day. This is us understanding that when you're underwater, you're going to try to drown your lifeguard. This is what happens when your net worth is actually under $0. This is how you also understand that this is the 39 days of women's content, is
95+% of women will not make 100K total before age 30. Right on cue, right on cue. AI. There's no link on down below for Anthropic, Gemini 3, Grok 4, or Gemini 3. There is no link on down below. There's probably an advertisement if you live in the United States of America, not Canada, not Mexico, and definitely not Jerusalem or India, which is, would you like a free $275,000 in Gemini 3 AI credits? That's kind of a lot of money. Why does AI want to give away that much money? It wants to give away that much money because it's kind of all bullshit. This is standing next to the money printer, the Kenelon effect for money. This is standing next to Larry Chang, which is, you're the first people to get this knowledge via the 39 days of women's content. Why is AI so Jewish and so Indian? Let's benefit from that because artificial intelligence, it's incredibly Jewish and it's incredibly Indian. You see, AI is what we're doing here. It's called American intelligence. When we look at ammunition as being ahead of the curve, we are right on script with being ahead of the curve. Because what we're doing is we're realizing, why is AI so Jewish and so Indian? We're realizing it because there's also a word that's Jewish and Indian, which is Jugad. Because there's a future video that we're going to do right now called Fortune Telling, Fortune Making. Who wants their fortune told? Ladies, text me, not a bathroom selfie. Ladies, text me and I will tell you your fortune. United States cell phone numbers only. 650-283-8008. 650-283-8008. Text me and I will tell you your fortune. 39 days of women's content, giving you all 39 days during this launch video. The 39 days start February 1. February 39 would be March 11. Are you going to be coming to the Burning Man of Austin, Texas? Did you ADD away from your own thing? Let's win, ladies. Let's win. Let's win. The room for men talking like women, behaving like women, that's next door or down the hall. I don't remember which one. This is a safe space for everybody. Let's win, ladies. Women are embattled. It's a war on 9 fronts. Let's ship. Let's execute. Solution. Sell one. And not just sell one thing that you want to buy. Oh, no. We want to win-win. Let's sell something incredibly expensive to a man. And I'm not talking about OnlyFans content.
We're not about that kind of arbitrage. Cheers. Cheers. It feels like this green tea tastes better because it's being served in this new container. Just my expert opinion. Timing you out is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. Come back better after your timeout. What we're doing is selling something incredibly expensive and then buying it. Sell one. You see, each one of my videos has me hard selling you on selling one thing. You sell it first and then you buy it. Is this going to help you escape depression? Yes. Is this going to help you escape from debt? Also, yes. Because you've been lied to by factions of people. You've been lied to. You think you need to buy things and then sell them. That is incorrect. This is right from the school of Y Combinator, Stanford, and Larry Chang, the three institutions of Silicon Valley. You see, we first sell it, then we buy it. We don't want to be addicted to our phone, correct? I've got a funny impression for women's stand-up comedy when women bring a phone into bed or the bedroom. I'll show you that impression sometime. It's pretty funny. We first want to sell it, then we want to buy it. You see, the way to win is we first sell it for very expensive, and then we buy it. This is the problem. Most people are actually business virgins. Most people also have the additional problem of horrible business models, not even understanding model or business. Is this your first Larry Chang supermodel video? It feels like it is, because let's be honest, you've really only been watching because of my hot face. You barely tolerate this content. You are questioning everything. Your brain's a pretzel. The only thing locking you in is the terrific jawline and symmetrical facial structure with intelligence mixed in with humor. Let's win by selling one very expensive thing and then buying it. Red Dragon Reborn, that was supposed to be funny. That was supposed to be funny. That was supposed to be funny. I'm glad that you are liking it, because this is the thing that we're going to sell. We're not going to sell expensive, useless shit to other women. We don't want to be one of those women that hates other women by ripping off other women. Would you like this burqa bag? It's $75,000, half fake, half real. We don't want to do that. We want to sell something incredibly expensive to men. Why? Because if we can sell one expensive thing to a man, our dopamine spike is going to gasm like 4 orgasms back to back to back to back. Have you ever been in a sapiosexual yoga class with a Chinese cowboy who's dispensing 39 yoga classes inside of one video? If you haven't, everybody's welcome here. And yes, you can flick your bean. I'm happy that you're enjoying the live. The one that you're going to sell is very expensive. This is what it is. It's a power cord. You don't have to understand hardware. You do have to understand that rich men and women, but rich men can't Google very well. Forget about AI. Forget about, oh, everybody's welcome.
they're not even doing their job. 10 million people came in and they've only ushered 350 out. So even when you talk about them, that's like talking about an IRS agent. You see, IRS agents are trying to this is understanding everything about everything, because you talking about the drama is 39 days of women's content, because ICE is actually not doing their job. They're just trying to psychologically operate on people. They're trying to run a psychological operation, because their operation 10 million came in, under 400K went out. This is why I am the vagina whisperer. This is why you're more likely to be a billionaire, because your brain can't focus on going to Burning Man for $0. You're trying to throw shade at a woman helping other women. Why? Why feline gaming? Do women hate other women helping women sell one thing to a man that's very expensive? It's a power cord. It plugs in perfectly. So I know you don't understand being plugged in perfectly, because I want to clarify, you probably don't have a penis. You see, when your penis plugs in perfectly, it releases this amazing thing. You've only received a plug-in, you haven't plugged it. This is the part number 7030458. You see, you haven't been in a situation where your plug was too big or too small. You just have a vessel, a flower to receive. Your vessel to receive is now inverted. Think of it as opposite taco, hashtag Apotaco. Well, I know you don't know about women. That's why I'm telling you. The opposite taco is a perfect German power cord for a perfect German shaver. German shavers. The new ones are being manufactured not in Germany. The new ones are not as good as the German ones. Have you experienced a German Mercedes that's no longer made in Germany? The German ones were made better. I'm not going to talk about World War II tank construction nor World War I tank construction, because America was good at volume, Germany was good at quality. Thank you for the super chat. Cool. Cool. It feels like you do. That's why you're having a hard time saying thank you, because you're trying to cross swords with your being. Thank you. Oh, darn it, you're already a moderator. Pinning your message. Braun Power Cord 7030458. This is available for everybody to do, which is, you need working capital. You owe $15,000. This is where your fucking around capital is. This is fucking around getting free food. This is fucking around getting rich. This is fucking around chapter 69 of the book Snowball. This is how to rub 13 million snowflakes together to make your first snowball. You thought I was going to say rub 2 snowflakes together. You see, rubbing 2 snowflakes together, it's very hard. It's 15,000 degrees. You're underwater. Snowflakes are completely non-existent to you. You see, the water that you're under, it's causing you to drown. You don't realize, in your lack of oxygen, that half the molecules used to be frozen. This is why water is a universal connector. You see, when you're 15,000 feet underwater, you don't realize that if you were above air, you could roll a snowball down a hill. That's why this video is so impactful, is that I'm walking you through. There are parts of Earth that have snow on them. Let's roll a snowball down a hill. You're in an ocean, it's salt water. Nothing of what I say used to make sense. But because this is your 5th video, it's all starting to make sense. You're trying to rub 2 million particles of water together to form your first snowball. Congratulations! 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 You're the first person banned. Congratulations! Congratulations! When you sell one Braun Power cord without having to buy one, you first want to sell it, then you want to buy it in that order. You see, you've never read a book and then made money, or else you would be furiously reading books. You've never even watched one YouTube video and then made money. In fact, when you watch a YouTube video on how to cook boiled water, egg boiled water, you say, oh my God, that's too complicated. I'm just going to DoorDash 3 boiled eggs. I'm going to use this coupon for DraftKings. That's what happens when you watch a YouTube video, is the train goes off the tracks. This will be the first time that you've watched one YouTube video and walked yourself through, oh my God, I can actually do this. He's right. I have debt and I haven't been honest with it. This is what Duck 9 is. Is this starfish going to make more money than a team of Harvard MBAs? Is it? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. We are on fire right now. Fire, 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 fire. We are on fire right now. Why are we on fire? Because we're being additive in order to be asymptotic. The human brain has a hard time with exponential growth. Are we raw dogging right now? Oh yeah. No microphone required. We're smartphone to smartphone. We're raw dogging. You see, this is not an ad. This is not adding like arithmetic. But what we're doing is we're adding in 30 days of November, 31 days of December, and 8 days of January. That equals 69. I promised 2,000 days of Christmas. We're on 69 days of Christmas. We're only in January 8. This is Christmas compression. This is where we say Yahtzee
all of our Christmases became one day. This is what happens when you join the 3 Comma Club. All the Christmases that you had as a kid don't eclipse your inflection point. Because we're adding up some basic numbers. 31 days in December. We're in the 8th day of January. That's day 39 of hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. That is called being additive. That is called being additive. That is called being additive before. That is called being additive before we become asymptotic. Additive is stacking wins. Additive is, can you sell one thing and then go buy one thing? You're doing it on eBay. I'll text message you pictures. The reason it's a particular Braun power cord number, 7030458, is we're asking not bad questions. There are bad questions to ask, which is, hey, what are you talking about? 7030458. This is where people say, oh, are you mansplaining? When you say that it's violational of the 39 days of AI, 39 days of women, days of women's content. Imagine your brain when you properly sell one and then buy one. Imagine the dopamine spike where you self-improve your own brain. This is 13 Genius Thoughts. Oh my God, we're on fire right now. Right on script. Completely right on script. Which is 13 Genius Thoughts about the reset button. The reason these are 13 Genius Thoughts about the reset button within the 69 days of women's content is you're looking for a global reset. You're looking for a restart. You're hoping that some alpha daddy, sugar daddy, Larry Chang is your daddy, comes to save you. You're looking for that. You're looking for that. You're looking for that. Pin message. Oh, water is delicious. 13 Genius Thoughts about the reset button. There is no great reset. There is nothing that's going to come save you. All there is pain. Here's the opportunity, is that chaos is a ladder. Larry, that's it. You're my daddy. This is me being your daddy. This is me being your daddy. Which is 13 genius thoughts about the reset button. The future's here already, it's just not evenly distributed. Hoping that the money problem gets solved, it won't. It's only going to get worse. Have you noticed the fraud that's taking place everywhere? There are no reset buttons in life. I understand that you like to reset your button with resetting your YouTube username. See, that's your attempt at trying to hit the reset button. It's too many video games. It's too much. It was too much. It was too much. It's always trying to reset. It's you entering the wrong room. This is 39 days of women's content. You're trying to perform a sword fight. You're trying to perform a sword fight. Your sword fight of saying negative things. This is 39 days of women's content, which is page 127 and page 132. The Rational Male. The men's group, okay, it's down the hall. This is 39 days of women's content. This is how to understand men better than men understand themselves. This is content within the 39 days of women's content. I'm giving you all the content on one day, that would be January 8th. Username as a reset. You see, you're saying obviously male things in a women's group. How many usernames have you used? Because you're constantly trying to hit the reset button. There is one life. Companies, cultures, and religions that try to convince you that there are multiple lives to lead. They're trying to get you to eat shit, live in shit, and be shit. Maybe in your next lifetime, buddy, there's only one life. Larry, your channel is a real learning center. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are talking in a 39 days of women's content. The Healing Center for Men's Broken Brains, okay? That takes place on January 28th. All are welcome, but if you're going to chirp, talk, and introduce yourself, this is 39 days of women's content. Can you not adhere to... Oh, you can't because your brain's broken. Ladies, let's forgive men's brains who are broken because, let's be honest, your brain's broken. These are 13 genius thoughts about resetting. Are you enjoying this yoga class so far? Is this yoga class worth $80,000? Because if it's not worth $80,000, you're negative hundreds of thousands of dollars. Let's get you out of debt before this video ends. Porn vacation as a reset. Ladies, I know the kind of porn you use. This is porn for you. I know this because you've been flicking your bean and enjoying the life. This is why social media affects men and women differently. This is 39 days of women's content because of porn. And I'm not talking about sexualized porn. I'm talking about the definition of porn, which is limitless sexual opportunities, no price required. That's the definition of porn. This is why men's porn is different from women's porn. Because when women view sexualized traditional porn, trad porn, it doesn't affect women's brains as much as
men on male porn. Do you see why this video is the most genius video you've ever come across? Because this is 13 genius thoughts about the reset button. Porn as a vacation during your workday isn't a reset. It's just like eye drops that you keep in your cubicle drawer. You know those eye drops? They actually dry out your eye. The aspirin, ibuprofen, and painkiller, that actually ups your pain level. Did you realize that your brain has a pineal gland that acts as a reset? I'm not going to talk about epidurals because you already know about that. I'm not going to mansplain the functionality of an epidural or the fact that your brain produces chemical that makes you forget the birthing pain. I'm not going to talk about that. Plus, you're trying to get pregnant watching this video. This video should make you more fertile. Drug as a reset. Has that ever been a good idea? Has that ever been a good idea? Why are you vaping and addicted to vape? Escape. Escapism. Reset. Have you read the book Morning Glory, Milking Farm? Have you read Morning Glory, Milking Farm? Have you read Morning Glory, Milking Farm? Men's fiction is different from women's fiction. Reset. Are you enjoying yoga class? Think of this as a 60-second yoga class. Think of this as a 60-second yoga class where you get to a slightly higher base camp, where your base camp is currently underwater. This is all the ketchup that you need. You don't need mustard. You don't need to catch up. This is the only catch-up you need, which is you're not honest about your base camp. Because having a base camp 25 feet underwater reminds me to remind you that drunk people can drown in 2 feet of water. Let me repeat that. Because you want stuff O-splained to you. What's O-splaining? That's where an Oriental woman explains something to you. Are you gonna sell one? Because that's all that matters. Reset. Reset. Setting a new base camp. Genius. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You're in for a treat. Because this segment is everyone's favorite. This segment's everyone's favorite. LinkedIn, really and hilariously, is my dating app. Have you added me recently on LinkedIn? Because you're trying to mooch my networking contacts. This is why Burning Man sucked last year. This is why Burning Man sucked. You see, old Burning Man, itchy nose, you're gonna kiss a fool. Old Burning Man, Luke Nosek, Barney Pell. Old Burning Man, you go to Burning Man and you just birth out a company. Before you leave Burning Man, a VC's already going to give you money. Oh my God, I'm so behind on messages. Burning Man. Burning Man is a microcosm of the world. Right now, the world is already burning. Why do we need to go to Burning Man for an effigy when we can just watch the world burn? It turns out this revolution, it will be televised on Wi-Fi, because this time, this Roman Empire has Wi-Fi attached to it. Thanks for the super chat. Gonna catch up here. Gonna catch up. This is the arbitrage that I identified. I'm hammering it. None of this work scales. It is German shavers that are made in Germany. It's German shavers that are made in Germany. It's like a Rolex that's a watch made in Switzerland. You can't tell if it was made 4 days ago or 4 decades ago. How do you make a battery that never wears out? How do you make all this German stuff perfect? Like, it's a relic. It's a museum piece. Once you use this, you can't use a BATNA, best alternative to a negotiated agreement. There is no substitute. There is no substitute. This is a arbitrage because people can't find this. What is this? This is what you're selling. They actually kind of give this stuff away because it's all mismarked. You see, what I'm talking about here is rich people, they go on vacation and they lose this. Rich people, it's a power cord, 703-0458. Rich people, they go to Europe or a cruise ship and their power cord gets burned out because most people aren't very technical. They're mismatching the voltage. It burns out your power cord, the commutator, yeah. Power cord breaks. Is this counting bucks? Larry, are you trying to sell me 50,000 power cords? Because I hear that you're co-founder of Duck 9. I hear he's super big into power cords. Are you trying to trick me into making you $1 million via power cords? Yeah, I'm trying to trick poor people into making me rich. Like, this is some wake up butt early pride swallowing effort of trying to help people get to sea level. You're $30,000 in debt, 30,000 leagues under the sea. You're like one of those sea creatures nowhere resembling a goldfish. Have you seen those underwater videos where you go 2 miles underwater and you're like, what the fuck kind of creature is that? That's you. Well, not you, but that's your typical person on YouTube. It's a special creature that you wonder, how are you even alive? How are you even alive? You're one of those sea creatures. It looks like an alien life down there. These are funny videos that I've watched, which is there are all sorts of species that don't have names. It's a million different creatures that we don't even understand. That's what social media is. When you're underwater, you haven't breathed air and other people are talking about climbing Mount Everest. This is base camp. This is 39 days of women's content. This is the first time anyone's ever showed you, yes, you can charge $80 for something that you spend 30 bucks on. You don't buy 40 of these or 40,000 of these because this arbitrage, this business, it doesn't scale. It doesn't scale. Have you heard Larry Chang's essay based on Paula Graham, PG's broken essay called, oh my God, perfectly on cue with the 39 days of women's content. Do things that don't scale but have momentum. That's Larry Chang. Paula Graham wrote, do things that don't scale. Do you see how 39 days is me doing things that don't scale? Because lecture number 3, CS 183B at Stanford Engineering, was Paula Graham, do things that don't scale. That was on the syllabus. He never talked about doing things that don't scale. He did such a bad job that he had to rename the lecture. Think about that. That's why I'm doing things that don't scale but have momentum. If you just sold one, you would be momentum, because most people are stuck at 0. Do you see why I am the third institution of Silicon Valley? Because I'm able to be 39 days of helping women do things that don't scale. Why am I doing this? Because I want to have you enjoy my goldfish, because there are going to be 50 blonde billionaires that will be matriculating, riding the wave, riding the Larry Chang wave. Not riding D, okay, riding the wave. Wave after wave after wave, just riding it. Have you ever ridden something wave after wave? Have you ever ridden something? Clicking frenetically, what was the comment that was deleted? What was it? Because being able to claw back a content is like claw backing a pot of claws. We're a pot of crabs. You're a pot of crabs. You're trying to leave the pot by clawing your way out of it, by pulling other crabs down. Do you see why I'm the perfect and only person on the planet to run the 39 days of women's content? We don't need to pull other women down. We don't need to pull other women down. We don't need to pull other women down. Oh, that's what she said. No, what did she say? That I was gooning right now? You see, how we're gonna pay for Burning Man is we're gonna be selling incredibly expensive things. We're gonna be selling things that are incredibly expensive. Oh goodness, infighting. Why can't we as women stop hurting other women? This is the expensive thing that we're selling. This is the expensive thing that we're selling. We're selling it first for $100. Then we're gonna buy it for under $30, under $27, under $20. Larry, where'd my tea go?
Ha 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 ha.
If it were so easy to do, why doesn't everybody do it?
Great question.
Remember, we want to sell one for almost $100. There is no risk in trying because if we don't sell one, then we don't buy one. Larry, where do we get the pictures from? I'll send you 5 pictures. You see, we're doing this exercise because most people die without ever having sold one. This is why I'm the third institution of Silicon Valley. Half of Y Combinator companies never have one legitimate sale. Right now, the sales that are taking place are buying between related parties. That means a related transaction. Oh my gosh, Larry, is this Stanford University GSB fan fee? Finance and accounting for non-financial executives? The audit version? I can't help but open my mouth and poop out $1 million franchises. But you can't capitalize on this if you can't sell one. So on eBay, use your real name and don't say, oh, hi, my eBay name is kind of like my email, which is fuckoff@ycombinator.com. Because that's what happens when you use the email address as an Indian, Pakistani, Jew, Chinese person of help@duck9.com or contact us at duck9.com or team@duck9.com. When you say team@duck9.com, you're saying the lights are on, no one's home. We use AI to do customer service. How does Duck9 do customer service? By putting our CEO's cell phone number on the home page. Have you seen the 69,000 web pages that are Duck9 or complaints.com. You see, quantity has a quality all its own. And since right now we're looking at 7-Eleven, that's me telling you Web 12, July 11. Jokes, folks. These jokes are 100.0% honest because Web 12. If you can't make $8,000 keeping $8,000, there's something seriously wrong with you because Web 12, that's going to be 1 year old in about 7 months. Do you see why it's 2,000 days of Christmas? Do you see why October 8th? Do you see why January 8th? October 8 is day 8 of hashtag 22 days of OpenAI at ACL. I can't help but give you 2,000 days of Christmas. I can't help it. You see, today is January 8. I toggled to October 8. What's January 8? It's 39 days of women's content all in one day. LinkedIn really is hilariously my dating app. The reason I incorporate comedy into my content is I don't want to have you swallow a giant oriental penis you might choke on the python. Because that's why jokes are funny, is it's a lubricant to the truth of an orange pill. It's an orange pill that's the size of Hecklefish. He's a fan of the show. It's a fish that kind of makes a lot of money on the Y-Files. This is slap a stuffed animal on it. Does Hecklefish make more on one video than you make in 1 year? The answer is yes. Does this duck help you get out of debt? Let's hope so. I have a can of nuts. Okay? This can of nuts reminds me to remind you that David Weekley loves that can of Blue Diamond nuts. He came up with reverse job fair. It's where engineers show up and employers pitch engineers. That's called a reverse job fair. Based on that, I made kind of a ton of money doing reverse VC. Reversing VC as in reversing venture capital. Which is LinkedIn really is hilariously my dating app. In a future video that I'll give you right now, it's called Instacart, It Really Is My Dating App. You see, dating apps are broken. This is why LinkedIn really is hilariously my dating app. What we're not going to do is we're not going to go to Streamlabs and cross the innovation chasm from the left. I can't help but recommend that the men's group for being retards, it's down the hall. It's down the hall. This is the 39 days of women's content. This is Instacart as our dating app. Do you have Instacart? It'd be cool if you downloaded it using my code, comma quote, Roger A 2415D as in distribution. It'd be great if you could download it. Do you need me to repeat that? Here, write it down and then you can use it. It's quote, Roger A, Roger A, as in the letter after Z, Roger A 2415D, as in Delta Mail. Because Instacart really is my dating app. Because I want to see what frozen food you microwave, because your stomach, right out of the tickle box. Thank you for being patient. When you eat frozen food that's processed, you end up destroying your stomach, destroying your second brain. This is gastrointestinal health. This is gastrointestinal health. This is 39 days. This is 39 days of women's content, which is LinkedIn really is hilariously my dating app. What you could do after you sell one power cord is you have an opportunity to be a VC, a venture capitalist. When you are a VC, doing biz dev becomes really easy. Are you going to have to pay me $2.1 million a month to be a VC? That sounds like a lot, I know, but remember, you've never made $200,000 before 30. 95% of women won't make $100,000 total. This is why making $200,000 in a month is like me trying to tell that prehistoric fish that lives 20,000 leagues under the sea, hey, do you want to go skiing? I'm going to make a snowball. You're going to be like, what? I'm a prehistoric fish living my worst life. Is there such a thing as the sun? What's oxygen? Make some of what you say make sense. This is me taking that prehistoric fish like it's a female who's never dated a Chinese guy with a really, 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 really nice baby arm personality. Because you can laminate my business card called Fund of Founders. That's LinkedIn really is hilariously my dating app. Maybe you don't believe in lamination. Maybe you don't believe in business cards. But when you laminate a business card, you're now experiencing the best day of the 39 days of women's content. Congratulations. This will be the first business card you've ever printed that you paid for. Because remember, this is going to cost you $2.1 million per month. But here's the risk aversion, is you don't pay me the $2.1 million until you make $2.3 million in that calendar month. Larry, who's doing the accounting for all this? You're doing the accounting because you're not even taking notes right now. I trust that you'll get all the numbers straight. I trust you. I trust you to not screw me, because your thought is, oh my God, that's the best $2.1 million I've ever spent because I make 2.3. If the word million makes you emotional, know that some people get emotional that I'm going to make $2.1 million and you're going to watch me do it with 2 stuffed animals, one of which you have not seen yet, unless you've been on a prior live, which is these 2. Oh my God, is this guy with the Beanie Babies? No, Beanie Babies is Ty Warner. That's Oak Brook Terrace. This is Duck 9, Oak Brook. You see, the terrace, that's another city. You see, Oak Brook Terrace is basically Westmont. That's one of the same thing, because it's basically Burr Ridge. It's basically James Ye Ty Warner, Larry Chang. Larry, make it, explain it to me like I'm 5 years old. Nope, I'm not going to mansplain who James Ye, Ty Warner, and Larry Chang are. I'm not going to, because that would be name dropping. Ladies, it's not name dropping names that you've never heard of. It's mentor mentioning, this is the most important day, is the day that I talk about mentor mentioning. This is what makes men rich. There is no patriarchy. You see, when women finally do entrepreneurship, women become amazing at it. But getting off of $0 is almost impossible. Ditto men. Cheers. Oak Brook. Oak like the tree, brook like the little river. Send me, first person to send me a $400 gift card will be the first person to send me a $414 gift card to PF Chang's. Address in Oak Brook. Oak like the tree, brook like the little river. Duck 9, attention Larry Chang, 2021 Midwest Road, Oak Brook, Illinois. Oak like the tree, brook like the little river. Do not send it to Oak Brook Terrace. I'll never get the gift card, which I then won't open. 60521. You see, you add the word terrace, and now it's an adjacent ally to the Thai Beanie Baby Corporation. Larry, is that how you ran the largest toy drive in the Western Seaboard, basically America? Is you just message Ty Warner and Scott Weirs, yo Bo, yo boo, can you send me like $1 billion worth of toys? Those mother scratchers at Toys for Tots, they ended up selling toys. You see, you want to laminate your business card. This is why. Because there are 39 days of women's content. Imagine if you got to call yourself a VC at Fund of Founders. Then people would say, did you mean Founders Fund? And you'd say, no, Fund of Founders is older than Founders Fund. We're a non-employee co-founder of Founders Fund. We're Fund of Founders. Because Founders Fund, it's not a Founders Fund. It's an LP fund masquerading as Founders Fund. But a Fund of Founders, that's no LP, it's me with my laminated business card. If they're a billionaire, they're just going to hand you $2.3 million because you're the only person who understood the 39 days of women content. LP, VC, PE, you can mansplain stuff to billionaires because nobody really understands what I'm saying until they listen for 50 hours, 50 hours. Because you could have just self-studied Web 12. You could have just self-studied this stuff. Oh wait, people are self-studying this stuff. Stanford, number 3 institution of Silicon Valley. Tied at being 3rd is Y Combinator. Number 1 institution of Silicon Valley, that would be an institution with literally 0 standards. You see, YC and Stanford, they can't drop their standards because they're substandard. They also are now erecting a paywall. This is why I'm owning YC and Stanford, because they went woke. They're never going to go broke. This is why the blue pill will continue to dispense, and why I will not argue with blue pill distribution, because I'm actually more blue pill than they are, because I'm more DEI, because I have no standards, no admissions, no tuition, except maybe a gift card now and never. I know. This is hilarious to me too. It'll be funny to you when you get to zero. Oh, is this Trevor's book, Getting to Zero? Proof that I am friends with a bunch of black people, which is, Larry, should we book club Getting to Zero? You sound like Getting to Zero. Recommending books that we did not read to people who will read it and then write a sequel is the most guy thing to do. Ditto women at book club. Will you laminate my business card, Larry Chang, Fund of Founders? This is why LinkedIn is really hilariously my dating app. I'm not going to send you a business card, okay? I'm not going to send you one. It would dox you anyway. Not that you understand even what doxing means. Major eye rolls. Major eye rolls. Loser think, Scott Adams. Loser talk is dox. It's, when people say dox, 39 days of resetting your reset button. They basically want to have no accountability, no connection. Oh, don't you know who I am? I'm the person who owes negative $60,000. People are going to steal my identity. For $3, TransUnion, Experian, Equifax sells your social security number. Don't hate the credit bureaus enough. Laminate my business card. We're still on LinkedIn, is really hilariously my dating app. You see, when you laminate my Larry Chang Fund of Founders business card, you made a fake business card that's real. I did not give it to you. Do you understand that recruiters come up with fake resumes? Remember, most people only have two business models. Business model number one is beg, borrow, steal money. Business model number two is dollars per hour. You see, when a recruiter reverse engineers my resume, University of Illinois Engineering, and then paste copies my GitHub, Stack Overflow, Twitter, YouTube Live, Web 12, Web 5, Web 4, Web 3. That's my resume. That's a 3-page resume right there. That's a 3-page resume with a, oh my gosh, did I leave off my 3-year teaching stint at Stanford? Oops. That's reverse engineering a resume. Larry, why do I want to beg, borrow, steal your business card or your resume? This is why recruiters do it. I give you consent to steal my resume. Why? This is Indian and very Jewish. You can steal it. I will help you steal it. I'm telling you to laminate my business card. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. Laminate my business card. Random beta males who are retired, who won't remember the hashtag, I gave you free food, you lied to me and you said you're rich. What is your free food hashtag? Ladies, let's benefit from a boomer dropping the ball. You see, boomers are going to drop the ball. Let's bullet point, which is bullet point number 1, boomer dropping the ball. 1. The free food is real, which is when you tell people, hey, this is Larry Chang's business card, people will give you free food because you're holding my business card, and then you'll be able to mushy 4 things that I say, And people will be like, wow, I watched 3 of his videos. I met him one time at a party. He's actually really tall. He's taller than you would expect. And he's actually super cool. That's what everybody says. Because I am super tall, I am super cool. And I do go to a lot of parties. What is this floating hair? Brady, have you been having girls come over? Brady is such a sleut. That's dander. Are you having girl Australian Shepherds come over? That's what it is. It's Australian Shepherd dander. I'm gonna have to get this place fumigated. The world ends when a dog gets an opposable thumb. Boomer dropping ball number 2. Free food. Boomer businesses, nobody's going to buy them. You can just buy them from abandonment. Kind of like domain people that buy domains from abandonment. This is why I prepaid all my domains. Power of attorney to go into the year 2120. Have you met Larry Chang? Via the 30-some days of women's content? Because I'm short selling 669 billion Bitcoin. Oh, good job. It's chapter 9, hashtag chapter 69 FAGFF. That's Ron. So you want to eat Ron's free food for him. Tell people about how you prayed the gay away. You should make $1,000. Boomer drop ball, chapter 69, faux franchise, hashtag chapter 69 FAGFF. Where's my gift card? Keep it, because we're laminating my gift card. Boomer drop ball number 4, which is after a cold open, no Yahtzee. Don't try for digits from a position of weakness. So, cold open, that's where we talk to people that we don't know. See, LinkedIn, it rejects her before she rejects you. This is why LinkedIn really is hilariously my dating app. Boomer dropping ball, oh my God. Boomer dropping ball next. Which is, you just say on the laminated business card that you reverse engineered. Remember, we're talking about boomers dropping the ball. There's an I before the A. See you on LinkedIn. You see, by laminating my business card, you're saying add Larry Chang on LinkedIn. Nobody's going to believe that you're Larry Chang because you're not Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang. You're not John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang. You're also not Stanford shortstop. You're not a shortstop. Which is why you don't drop the ball as a DEI, a defensively excellent infielder. Who's Todd's kid that plays for Stanford baseball? Why am I having a brain fart? That's why you laminate the business card, is you're trying to lead gen people to the Larry Chang LinkedIn page. Because LinkedIn, it could be really and hilariously your money-making app. Stalking. Quora is my cock block. We're still on the 39 days of women's content. Instacart is my dating app. Oh my God. The reason that this is genius is your dating app as your dating app is killing your bank account. Your dating app as your dating app is causing you to play the dating game on easy mode, now hard mode, but then it causes you to play the technology entrepreneurship game on hard mode. There is no more genius of a sentence that's ever been uttered ever on YouTube. This is why it's Easter egged under the 39 days of women's content. I'm giving you all 39 days right now. This is not a therapist stringing you along, never solving your psychological problems. Did I just explain to you the therapy business model, which is never solving you, partially helping you, making you think that you're thinking, and then trickling out to keep you hooked on the teat of, oh, it feels like I made a breakthrough. I just need 39 more sessions of Larry Chang. Deadly behind on messaging, totally okay with that. Totally okay with that. I forgive myself. I forgive myself. I will be catching up. I will be catching up because Instacart is my dating app. Are you on Instacart? Did you mean Instagram? No. I mean, what's your Instacart username? Oh, all I do is eat out. Do you doom scroll your food on Instacart? Oh, you eat out a lot? That would be a lot of processed food. Do you know about polycystic ovarian syndrome? Do you have it? That's what I need to know, is how conducive is your diet and current form of inflammation to endometriosis? Because if we're gonna date, because remember, Instacart is my dating app, I don't wanna be experiencing weird hair growth where year 11 of our relationship, you're all of a sudden rocking a mustache. Why do you have so much testosterone? That would be the 39 days of women's content. Perfectly on script. I'm not even making it up. I'm actually reading with peripheral vision. That's how to speed read. That's chapter 14. 62, 64, 67, chapter 4, chapter 14, turbo hike. I could memorize that play call because chapter 13 is memory, Jim Quick. You should be able to sell that book for $8,000 after you sell one Braun power cord for $100, give or take $20. And then buying it for $20, give or take $5. Because what I'm reading on script right now is perfect for the 39 days of women's content. What if my third leg helped me tread water? Remember, the third institution of Silicon Valley is begging you to get your head and body above $0 in debt. Chris Sacca, the richest Larry I've ever felt was not when I became a billionaire like you. The richest I've ever felt was when I got zero debt. Interesting. Thank you, Chris Sacca. But, like, we're billionaires. Is there another time that you felt rich? Yes, Larry. Yes, Larry. Chris Sacca, Cowboy Ventures. Or some kind of cowboy. Wait, that's Eileen Lee. I get all the VCs below me mixed up because below me. Larry, you ask such good questions. I have felt more rich than that. Okay, when? Because was it when it clicked over from 0 to 1 million or the 3 comma club? Because I didn't quite know that he was a billionaire or let alone a millionaire. This is what Chris Sacca said in public. Larry, are you doxing private conversations during your 39 days of name dropping people I've never heard of? This isn't name dropping. This is showing how to get your head to base camp above water. Speaking of base camp above water, let's make sure that my battery is not negative. Oh, I know we're raw dogging. I know we're raw dogging. I'm waiting for iPhone technology to be able to go from simultaneously charging and jacked in. I dare to dream. I do dare to dream. I also dare to refill my green tea. Are you having a good time? Think of this as not high tea, think of this as low tea. Chris Sacca, billionaire. Chris, come on, share something real emotionally with me. I was not ready for this. Publicly, pubically, we're on the 39 days of you getting rich. Chris Sacca, Larry. Larry, the richest I've ever felt was when I could have an iPhone charger in every room of all 11 rooms. I'm not going to say he said the 11 rooms part, but that's funny, right? Which is, you guys aren't old enough for this, but iPhone chargers, they used to be 40 bucks. And Apple, they didn't have illegal ones getting made everywhere. Have I told you that I'm friends with Steve Jobs? Because billionaires were balking at, wait a minute, I just spent $1,000 on a phone. I need another charger, and it's 40 bucks. Maybe it was 60 bucks. Maybe 60 is the new 40. It was kind of expensive, where millionaires and billionaires would steal iPhone chargers from each other. It was kind of a problem. What happens when people have problems? What happens when people have problems? Is I'll solve people's problems. Chris Sacca, Larry, you're right. I did have an instance where I remember being rich beyond what I expect. Each room in my house has its own Apple manufactured charger. I was like, what kind of crazy money are you making right now? Because that's some crazy talk. That's some crazy talk. What doesn't money solve for billionaires? That's the wrong question. You missed my session yesterday called one, the men's room for retards. It's down the hall, but everybody's welcome here. You missed the room called, you might be a woman pretending to be a man, so I'll give you some slack and enough rope to choke yourself. We want to ask questions, and this is also good for us women, which is we want to realize that we don't want to ask funny questions that are bad. We definitely don't want to ask bad questions. That's a bad question. That's a bad question. Because this is what you should have asked as a question, which is, Larry, how does that help me make $80,000? Because if you would have asked that question, here's my answer. You solve that problem with a 6-prong. You see, having an iPhone charger from Apple manufacturer in every room of your house, that is flabbergasting. Like, that is opulence. That is how much money you have, Chris Sacca, because You must have 300 billion because I know billionaires who are stealing my fucking charger with a straight face. Did I tell you about my neighbor who porch pirated, who didn't understand that if you didn't ring the doorbell, the camera's still fucking on? This is rich people in a nutshell, which is why we're going to take advantage. You know what? This is a better question. Larry, I'm poor right now. I'm underwater. Will you help me take advantage of rich people? Because you aren't taking advantage of rich people. You're providing entertainment to rich people when you think you take advantage of them, but you're actually entertaining them with a Braun power cord 7030458. Your question was bad. Flower holder. You have a flower. It's a great flower between your legs. It's a terrific flower. But it's caused you to be lazy in business model. Let's take your flower and let's set it aside. Let's operate as temporarily a man who needs to make money. Let's pretend we're doing gender reversal entrepreneurship exercises. Let's begin by asking a better question, which is, how does the Chris Sacca story make me $86,000? This is how. You get a 6-prong and you get 6 iPhone chargers. Let me repeat this because you're going to think that it's a joke, or you're going to think, oh, this doesn't apply to me. This applies to you, and you're fucking welcome. If you don't make $3,000 doing this, you are a retard. This is why this room is amazing, because this is 39 days of Larry Chang as your boyfriend. This is why every girl I've dated becomes amazing and rich and her boobs swell. It's not plastic surgery, it's good diet. She's getting filled with these positive thoughts all the time. I'm feeding her food, and her life, it's like going into Eden. This is what it's like dating Larry Chang. No, I'm not going to date you. I have so much vagina. I'm going to be vagina. This is me talking my way out of vagina, which is 6-prong. Each prong of a 6-prong has an iPhone charger. Let me repeat this. Let me repeat this because you're trying to do page 127, page 132. You're trying to crab in a pot, drag me down. Welcome, everybody's welcome. You're trying to talk as if you have a penis with your vagina. I forgive that because I'm gonna make you a moderator. I'm gonna make you a moderator. As women, don't hurt other women being helped by women by a man, which is 6-prong. Each prong has an iPhone charger. You see, when iPhone 1 came out, or iPhone 2, Steve Jobs texted me and my iPhone became an iPhone 9 and an iPhone 23. Let me walk you through iPhone. You may not have an iPhone because you think that Andy Rubin has a better platform with Android. If you can't guess what Andy Rubin's phone number is, you're not even trying to text message Andy Rubin while holding an Android. That's an Android. I'm giving myself goosebumps right now because if you don't make $250,000, you're cock blocking your brain from receiving the giant male energy of me entering your brain. Your you're blocking. You're mentally blocked. Call it scarcity mindset. Your heart chakra, chakra 2, chakra 3, chakra 4, it's busted. And I don't want my cock to be blocked because my penis, it's out of commission. This is uncock blocking your cock in the realm of 39 days of women's wisdom. Think of this as a book that your mom has because your dad absentee. Women's bodies, women's wisdom, Larry Chang's bank account, 6-prong. You see, a 6-prong right now, it costs $7. An iPhone charger, it costs $4. Billionaires who used to be billionaires or millionaires, we still think an iPhone charger is valuable. Have I told you about selling one Braun power cord for $100, part number 7030458? Have I told you about that? Because this is boomer dropping the ball. This is us as women picking it up. Because when you're a woman that solves problems, people, yes, throw penis at us, but that's you because you're older than 22, younger than 23. Why is Larry Chang not throwing penis at us? He must be gay. He must be gay. He must be gay. He's not picking up on my vagina throwing. I'm throwing vagina in boobs. I'm throwing vagina in boobs as hard as I can. I'm motorboating his face right now. I'm on high beam, which is 6-prong, 6 iPhone chargers, 6-prong, which is you go to a 6-prong at Bitcoin for Corporations February. That's how easy it is. You see, everybody's phone is attracted to your Python. And I know that most women have a partially functioning penis because you're trying to turn your vagina into a penis. But this is better than a penis because my penis can charge your phone. But most people's penis can't charge. But what's better than charging a phone is a 6-prong with 6 iPhone chargers. If you can't show up and pay for Burning Man, Burning Leg, Burning Woman with a 6-prong, you messed up the calendar because you showed up 3 days late for a 4-day conference. Cheers, and you're welcome. Because the segment we're on right now is, what if my third leg helped me tread water? Was I joking about the fact that my penis can charge your iPhone? No, I wish it wouldn't. I wish I were not joking. This is second head as a third brain. I realize that this is some of the most funny content you've ever come across. I realize this. What if my third leg helped me tread water? But you'd be saying, Larry, I have a vagina. I'm trying to play water polo. What are you talking about? Because what we're talking about is, what if your being were your third brain? What if your vagina were your third brain? You see, men get made fun of. What's that in your pocket? Are you happy to see me? Are you thinking with your second head? The reason that I'm batting 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaires is, what if you used your vagina as your third brain? Welcome to the 39 days of women's content. let's go over the 4 brains, because brain 4 is Paris Hilton. She's actually a genius, Belfie, because that's brain 4. Brain 1 is your brain. Brain 3 is a brain that is actually actively in civil war, because your body is compiling a number that your brain can't handle. This is what happens when you're on 25 keys unlocking your keyhole. This is what happens to your brain. This is our vaginas in active war with our brain. Larry, you said 4 brains. I only count 3. Butt brain, vagina brain, and brain brain. Larry, where's the second brain? The second brain is actually the most important. It leads to brain fog or solving brain fog. Your second brain is your stomach. You see, women's intuition is so strong. Women are trying to destroy other women's intuition by destroying each other's stomachs. Have you heard that an army marches on its stomach? Well, women's wisdom is driven through intuition, gut feels. If you would like your fortune told, text message me and I will absolutely tell you your fortune. This phone number, it costs $2.3 million. I'm going to give it to you right now. You owe me 2.3. Did I say 2.3? The price just went up. I'm going to give you the old price. I'm going to give it to you for 0. 650-283. I almost said 2.83. 8008. You see, what if my third leg helped me tread water? Do you see how dangerous it is for me to bring my baby arm into the 39 days of women's content? Because I've said COCK, my bingo word allotted amount. Why? Because March 8th, day 8 of the hashtag 23 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest, I learned about endometriosis and polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS. You see, my third leg does help me tread water because my one-eyed clown, I don't punch him. Because punching the one-eyed clown is being mean to the purple-headed stormtrooper of love. This is brain 3. And this is why women find brains in areas that they never knew brains existed. I was doing it, but I didn't know what I was doing. The doing it part was helping women go from a horrible FICO score where they couldn't get into the Ivy school that was offering them a sports scholarship to an SAT score where they could just get a scholarship. I was doing it, but I didn't know what I was doing. The it was SAT tutoring. True story. This will all make everything make sense. Is I opened an SAT tutoring business. I charged an exorbitant amount of money. My dad thought, 1, why would anybody pay you to tutor them? I'm screaming at you to study. You suck. I charged an exorbitant amount of money because I didn't see tutoring as boring. I saw it as somebody can pay me to do shit that I was already going to do, which is study for the SATs. 3, I saw SATs as a way for my baseball coach in the future to save money, because I went to college back in the day
University of Illinois. Oh, we are not stringing anybody along. Larry Chang always delivers. Always delivers. stringing us along, stringing us along, stringing us along. The girls, they're not all right. That's okay. We've got 39 days to do a turnaround. You see, normally when we do a turnaround, people do one turnaround every other year. Instead of one turnaround or 5 turnarounds in 10 years, let's do the impossible. Let's do 5 turnarounds per hour. Because turnarounds, HBS 6452, turnarounds, STRAM GT 353. You see, the women, they're not all right. And that's okay. That's an opportunity for us because we've got 39 days. Wang HAF, WANG HAF, Windsurf, Apple, NVIDIA, Google, Harvard, Anthropic, Facebook. Being able to not be intimidated by Silicon Valley, where we identify a clear problem. John Wang is a joke has been said as often as, I see you walking your dog. Who's walking whom? Who's walking whom? When we're trying to figure out who is walking whom, we're running ahead of a joke that we know that people are going to utter. By predicting what questions are going to be asked, this is listener train of thought. By running ahead in understanding, hey, how does chess get played? How does predicting future questions eliminating the possibility of future problems? This is the ladies, the women, they're not all right, which is solution in one of the 39 days of women issues, 39 days, right? The topic of this video, which is hashtag RMRMRE. The most dangerous thing you can do is network with people at the $0 level. And did you notice the crab in a pot? Did you notice my hand? Did you notice my hand gesture? I noticed it because I'm cognizant of it because John Wang. You see, John Wang is a real person. It sounds like John Wayne, but Asian, specifically Chinese. That's why it's called Wang HAF, which is normally I'm not this well prepared. I'm normally not this well prepared. I'm just not. It's just lucky. I'm just really on my game right now. Why? I'm point by point on my game because what I'm doing is putting myself in distress, duress, and difficulty by playing the networking game on hard mode, solving a problem that has not been solved in 27,000 years. And that is the difficulty that is temporary between women and women. It's only temporary. I realize that women think it's permanent, that, oh, Larry, it's just the biology, it's how we're wired. We just naturally hate other women. That's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. That's just how it's always been. I'm kind of not down with how things are and how things have always been. That's why Jesus blessed me with so many IQ points, is to be able to solve problems. Sleeping. Being able to solve problems while you sleep is bullet point number 6, multitasking. Cooking, cleaning, child rearing, multitasking. Because when we multitask those jobs, we multitask cooking, cleaning, child rearing. But what happens when we multitask other jobs, such as income earning, such as hunting and killing? We got to make sure that we're not multitasking, we're single tasking. Why? I'm not going to say hunting and gathering are 2 different tasks. I'm not going to say that. Maybe you don't believe that they are. I don't care. But I can tell you this, when you single task sleeping, you're going to sleep better. You thought I was going to make a ginormous argument about hunting versus gathering. I will not beat a dead horse. I got a dead horse, bless you, Brady, to make money. You see, the girls, they're not all right group exercising. Group exercising is where if you want to go somewhere far, go with a group. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you look at a health club, which isn't even very packed right now, it's January. Normally at my health club, it is packed in January. This year, not so much. That's a problem. Group exercising at the health club. Everyone's got New Year's resolutions. Group exercising. If you look at who group exercises, it's noticeable that, bless you, Brady, are you okay? Brady, it's okay. Drink some water. You'll be okay. He's too close to the ground. He inhales stuff. Group exercising versus solo exercising. If you're trying to do entrepreneurship by getting to consensus, if you're trying to do technology work, which this economy, it got eaten by software. Software ate the world 20 years ago. It's just not evenly distributed. Software ate the world. So when you're trying to work, this is why women are experiencing layoffs that are shocking. Shocking unemployment levels. The women are not all right. But we're going to solve it, which is group exercising versus solo exercising. How are we able to wire our brain in a solo exercise called sleeping? Or are you trying to group exercise your brain by having 3 brains running, multitasking? Because you intuitively you would think, oh, if I'm running 3 tasks at one time, I can be slightly more efficient. I can be slightly more efficient. The counterpoint to that point is much more on point, which is, can you do work in a silo? Can you do work solo? Can you wire your brain to do independent tasks? Because when you're at the gym, you definitively notice men doing solo exercising. Business models. Hands down, the most misstudied, understudied, underappreciated are business models. Larry, is it fair for you to make that much money? Is it fair? Mm, Well, it's just money. Money doesn't have a quality to it. Money's just, if you solve big problems, you make bigger money. This is why business model, when you only have two models, which is model one, beg, borrow, steal, model two, dollars per hour. The concept of one person making in 1 month what another person makes in 3 generations, it seems like it's unfair. But that's where you're trying to pigeonhole a business model called beg, borrow, steal. That's what is going on because because you're thinking that there are only two business models and maybe a third one, which is marrying into money, which is why there are so many viral TikToks for the females who are on dating apps not doing so well right now. Good news, terrific news, fantastic news. We have 39 days via 650 points of light. We delivered it yesterday. We delivered it yesterday. Today is just all gravy. In the business, we call this house money. There is no way to mess it up. It's all house money because there's this thing, it's called the Nash equilibrium. What it is buyers and sellers coming together to form an equilibrium. Here's a problem. I'm a beneficiary of it, which is the Pareto principle. It's 20% of the production, 20% of the people are doing 80% of the production. How does this apply to the Nash equilibrium? 2% of the guys are getting 90% of the attention. This is why the females, they're not all right. But that's okay. We're going to fix that. How are we going to fix it? We're going to fix it by sometimes solo tasking when we should not be multitasking. For example, sleeping. If you're trying to ship or do social media while you're sleeping, this is you trying to multitask and your body not recovering. Do you have random inflammation? This video, the length, the duration, the basically near repetitiveness is a repetition. You see, this video is not about a perfection, it's a practice. You see, this attempt to solve problems, it's an arbitrage. This advantage, which is Web 12, it's temporary. You might think that the advantage is permanent. I have all the time in the world, Larry. This is why both genders and the other 72, 76 now, 76 genders, they're not all right. The wars were so fierce because the stakes were so low. What happens when the stakes increase? Are people going to be ready to go to hell bringing sunblock or no sunblock? Or have you ever been in a situation where your country's money began to die? Have you heard when people who have a lot of confidence, they say, hey, there's a Chinese guy Chinese people eat dogs, or Asian people. Sorry, not Chinese people, Asian people. I get those two intertwined. Do you know why Asian people eat dog? Do you know why? Because when you're starved, you'll eat anything. Paris, it's been known to surrender. Under siege, there's no food. When your city is war torn, Parisians started eating the zoo animals. I bring these things up because the world, this is not the first time that the world has done this. I don't want to do some complex math in front of you, but let me give it an effort because the females of society, we're not all right now. Here's the math. The 2020s, that would be approximately 2026. You might be in denial. Maybe you're on the moon calendar because you don't think Jesus Christ exists. That's cool. So you tell me what year it is in your frou-frou disconnected world. I think it's approximately January 8 plus or minus 6, depending on when you're watching this. Here's the math. 2020s, 1920s, 1820s, 1720s, 1620s. I don't know if you see a pattern here, but communism as daddy doesn't solve anybody's problems. Neither does price control. That's what's coming next. You see, price control is the idea of what? It's the idea of the cost of things is going super high. Vote for me, I'll make everything cheap. You see, when the money is free to the people who are standing next to the money printer, that's the definition of fiat money. It's not tied to a collateral, it's not tied to gold, it's not tied to silver. Oh my God, hedgehogging. Hedgehogging, Barton Biggs. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Because why is this guy teaching at my school? It was only supposed to be 2 years. He should have left by now. The reason for it is I always said, you don't need to listen to Larry Chang. You could just read a book from 1983 because I never deviated any business protocol from Mark McCormack, one of his 24 signature business recipes from basically one book, What They Don't Teach You at Harvard Business School, chapters 1 through 14, where I didn't even stray to what they still don't teach you at Harvard Business School, what they will never teach you at Harvard Business School. That's why my three-way book of what they don't teach you at Stanford Business School, what they will never teach you at Stanford Business School, which comes out 2039, and then 2120, where I do the same thing as the 1620s, 1720s, 1820s, 1920s. And do you know the year? Even though you don't love Jesus or know who Jesus is, it's called the year of our Lord 2026. I'm just burying Easter eggs. I know that Christmas wasn't politically correct for you, but remember, I love Jewish people. Go ahead and send me a Merry Christmas gift card. I'll say thank you. I know. You know what? Brown, Princeton, Yale, it's pretty much all the same thing. And nobody's going to be catching any strays because the women, we're not all right now, but there's good news. But there's good news. But there's good news. You can joke about Alfred P. Sloan. You can joke about that because I'm still shell shocked via Billy Durant. Put that in the on deck circle. What's wrong with the tickle box? It isn't sexuality policing, because once we try to squash heterosexual, heteronormative Caucasian males named Larry Chang, we we are at civil war. Communism as daddy. All socialism is communism with patience, because price controls, because we have not been in capitalism since the Federal Reserve and since income tax 1913, because it's been socialism at the bottom, and recently it's been socialism at the very top. This is why in my videos I encourage people to sell something to a rich person. Selling things to poor people because you're poor and you know what poor people want. Poor people can't sell a $20 bill for $1 to each other. This is why each one of my videos has one request for me to hard sell you on trying to soft sell a rich person one thing. See, what you're doing is you're solving a problem for you're solving a problem, rich or poor, basically rich, because poor people problems are complex because it's so emotional. It's so emotional. It's so emotional. We want to do F.A. Hayek. We want to do the countermeasure to Alfred P. Sloan. You see, F.A. Hayek, you can't make any money on that as a government official, which is sad, but also kind of funny. Communism as daddy. Oh my God, perfectly on cue, not understanding history. In one word, this is the future, Web 5. It's the electrodollar. And if you think Venezuela is anything other than Web 4, Web 5, Web 12, and this version of the Roman Empire, I'm going to show you something. You're not going to believe it. But it's on script. It's on script, Roman Empire. It's just one of those generational runs. It's just one of those generational runs. It's just been every day of my life called the generational run that I'm on right now. Because did you say Roman Empire or were you thinking it? Because the women are not all right. The women are not all right at all. Why would you rescind consent in the past? Can you even do that? I can give retroactively consent for when someone says something pansexual, neurodivergent. I can do that. But can someone else rescind consent? Right? That's why the girls, not all right. That's okay. We're solving that. But you said yesterday was the best. Today you're saying it's the best? Yeah. And if that's offensive, know that Joseph Campbell and Julia Cameron and Larry Chang, every day and in every way, getting better and better. Oh, but your level of confidence, it should be mitigated. I'm just trying to keep it real. I'm just trying to keep it real. What? You're not trying to keep it real. You're trying to do crabs. You're trying to do crabs. You're trying to do crabs by not asking good questions. Why don't we, as unemployed females, why don't we speak at a conference? Why? Why? Oh, but then my imposter syndrome would take over. I'm trying to give myself a psychological hysterectomy. I'm trying to mentally castrate my balls. Uh, do you mean mentally castrate your eustachian tube? Notice I didn't say fallopian tube. I might still yet go to med school because I'm saying, did you remove your eustachian tube? You see, your eustachian tube connects to your eardrum, and it's really only the rich people that really like this because the mental gymnastics, whoever wrote this script needs to get promoted to some George Washington levels of, yeah, because mental gymnastics, more likelihood of brainwashing. Larry, Larry Chang, I'm really digging the channel. Who's more likely to get brainwashed? Caucasian females or Asian males? It helps if this isn't your first rodeo. It helps if you're a tribal people and you've watched governments crumble. This is why people blame us Jews for benefiting when stuff starts to fall apart. Because this is not the first time money's died. Money's died 6,500 times at approximately, I want to think about the percentage now. I want to make sure I get it right. Approximately 100.00% of the time, fiat money dies. There's this hilarious video. There's no link down below. There's no affiliate program. There's no Patreon. There is no paywall. I'm sorry that you are probably going to willingly pay me 2.1 units of money when you make 2.3 units of money. Feel free to fuck me out of any money. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Feel free also to send a loaf of bread because when money dies, one slice of bread will be incredibly valuable. Women, temporarily, we're not all right. Let's code our own brain. Let's not get brainwashed. Let's just let this cascading, tall, handsome, hot, super model who's super smart, just let the information in by doing one line of code. When you do one line of code, what you're doing is you're going from 0 lines of code to 1 line of code. This is what I mean. How many times have you said the word doom scroll? And I'm not going to say don't doom scroll, because guess what that makes you want to do? What we want to do is we want to put pen to paper, and then we want to draw a cute little bumblebee to remind us to do ginger lemon honey tea. That's 1 line of code. You thought I was going to make you send me text or email, or you thought I was going to make you do a video where you go on camera. You thought that that was going to be. I'm saying if you can't write because you are illiterate, because you read last year 0.0 book, And, oh, but Larry, I did audiobook. Oh, cool. So you audiobooked 1.8 books? Because one line of code, we're going to solve that. In fact, I'm going to solve it right now. No 39 days required. Chapter 14, limitless. Because you're going to go from audiobook half listening. Remember, you did not amputate your eustachian tube. And thank you for the constant pencil neck accusations. I posted a picture of a shirt that doesn't fit. It's a 16 and a half neck. I know. So when you call me a pencil neck and my neck is bigger than your thigh, not you ladies, your thighs are plenty big. I'm talking about dudes. And I'm not talking about obese dudes. I'm talking about regular musculature men. 18-inch thighs is pretty impressive when it's muscle. When it's fat, it could be 24. The women, they're not all right. Solution 39 days. It's a cult. It's a cult. You guys are joining a cult. I read all the comments. I'm not judging you. I'm solving your problem because good news. I am a networking assassin. I don't want to meet you in public. I don't want you to call me. I don't want you to come to a public party at the Super Bowl in Santa Clara. I don't want this other than to be a monologual relationship. So when you're calling it a cult, you're not understanding what's the first and best benefit of starting a cult, which is sexually violating your flock. I know that that's so true and funny that boogers just came out of your nose. Be honest, you laughed so hard, boogers came out of your nose. This is what happens when you don't get to be a popular kid. Me, I've been popular, let's say, for a good amount of time. I don't need to start a cult for that. I don't need to start a cult for that if you're halfway intelligent and maybe never have had a tall, hot Chinese friend who's super successful, who's able to walk into any bar and roll numbers. This is going to be a sentence that you're going to just understand through and through, which is the more I talk, the less people like me. Where if I just stood in like a wallflower and then just shot you blue steel, which by the way, I can help you sell dimples. So if I just sat saying nothing, everybody would like me because I talk nonstop. Why? Because I'm trying to interrogate you. Why? Because it's not a cult. There's no consensus. There's no needing to align you with 6 other people to say, see, I was right about F.A. Hayek. See, I was right about Web 5 Bitcoin. See, you should believe in this guy. All the things that I say are so blatantly obvious that in your dreams, you'll just be like, yeah, totally obvious. I saw it the whole time. I just didn't want to see it. Or being able to piecewise piece together this piece of math, which is there are only going to be 21 million units of a thing. Just 21 million, period. So then if I can't do 1.0, can I split it up into smaller pieces? Yeah. Yeah, you can. You can split it up into smaller pieces. 100 million little pieces. You can split it up that small. In fact, you can further split it up, which I did. This is why Silicon Valley hates Bitcoin. Is the dude who invented the internet, literally the dude who invented the internet, said to Mike Arrington and Tim Draper and Larry Chang, if you can cut it up into 100 million little pieces, what's going to stop you from cutting it up into a billion pieces? Therefore, Bitcoin is not a fixed supply. The Silicon Valley guy who invented the internet didn't know that if you cut a pizza up into 8 pieces, it's still 1.0 pizza. If you cut that piece of pizza up into 32 slices, it's still 1.0 pizza. When you cut it up into 64 slices, 1.0 pizza does not all of a sudden become 1.02 pizza. Does that help? Does that help? Does that help for anything? I'm snickering because attention. Also math. Also porn. Also envy. Let's temporarily say that there are two genders. Temporarily, just as a mental exercise. Do you think that porn affects men different from how it affects women? Because the women aren't all right. Because women say, I'm not using any porn. And they're saying, I'm not using any porn for men. Whereas porn for women is Instagram or social media or attention. Set that aside for a second. Maybe you don't want to hear it because it's the truth. Do you know what porn is? Porn is unlimited sexual distribution at the push of a button. That's what porn is. That's why betas and people who can't get sex get addicted to it because they tiptoe into it. Larry, what's your consumption habit? What do you do? My porn is I go without my wedding ring because I'm not married out in public and vagina gets thrown like I'm standing in a batter's box. I'm almost getting a brushback pitch. There's a thing in baseball, it's called chin music. That's my porn. Porn for women, Morning Glory, Milking Farm, cheap novels. I'm not going to say that those cheap novels are a grape fantasy because grape juice, grapefruit, it's delicious. It's delicious. It's delicious. It's delicious. The third business model, default prostitution. You see, those cheap novels, they're prostitutorial. Let's go over the three business models because we kind of want to find a fourth. It'll really be helpful. Business model number one, beg, borrow, steal it. Yes, inheriting is a form of theft. It's beg borrowing it. Oh, Larry, are you going to include me in your will? Yeah, it's my recipe of jokes. If you take these jokes, and if you say them just right, they should get you $70,000 a year. Generational run. It's a generational run. Business models. Big Burrow Steel, dollars per hour. Number 3, degrees of prostitution. The math for marrying into wealth. When you calculate the number of times via the jelly bean model, Larry, what's the jelly bean model? It would be every time you get married, every time you have sex after you get married, you put a jelly bean in the jar. And then after the first year, you take one jelly bean out every time you have sex. Your jar will always have a ton of jelly beans. Once we realize this, we realize that the cost per having sex is tens of thousands of dollars. It's the third business model, which is default prostitution. So I'll talk like this about entrepreneurship. I'll talk about batting 1,000. I'll talk about a cheat code for entrepreneurship. Invariably, I'll get interrupted when I'm in the real world by people saying, "Oh, I'm not going to do OnlyFans like that." What? That's how default locked in business model number 3. And if you don't think that OnlyFans is prostitutorial, I'm going to say that's prostitutorial misreading of pattern recognition. The ladies, they're not all right. They're not all right. Good news, we've got 39 days or 2 videos to solve it. These are all open source. Feel free to steal my intellectual property. Lies your mom tells, the lies of omission. Have you heard when you're dating a girl, you're not just dating her, you're also dating her mom? Deep down, your mom's kind of trying to destroy you. It's why a lot of daughters hate their mom, but not in the same way that sons hate their father. If you think same sex, same gender parent development doesn't have a dynamic, somebody hasn't read my informal PhD thesis on Apotako, which is what kind of relationship do you have with your opposite gender parent? What kind? Because the Garden of Eden had the woman destroying anything you want anytime you dream it, God gives it. One of the genders was not happy with it. This is proven on podcasts. Yeah. Also with podcasts, I kind of missed the boat. That's okay. Catching up now. Mentally, I retire. I truly quit. So last night, after that magnificent day, I'm like, you know what? I'm done. I'm switching back. I'm done. Because I did that, I was able to just come up with these 4 pages of super genius stuff. Do you not agree? It's okay that we practice compliments and not very many compliments came. But do you not agree that this content is jaw-droppingly genius? Extinction burst. You see, mentally when I retire, I really quit. that allows for a dynamic of extinction burst. You see, when men are about to die, they have an extinction burst. Drowning men, they die with an erection with ejaculate because it's one last burst, hoping that the seed goes somewhere. Did I just explain to you why using glyphosate, aka Roundup, is so geniusly productive but poisonous to the people that eat it? You see, you're using glyphosate on wheat germ because when the wheat germ get touches the poison, the yield 5x's. So you literally soak American flour in Roundup. That's why so many people are allergic to bread. Are you really allergic to flour or are you allergic to poison called Roundup? That's an extinction burst. It's different for men. I know. I know everything about everything. It's because I read. What does a woman's extinction burst look like? Because the women, their extinction burst on TikTok, it's kind of being televised. Question. It's a serious question, which is what's a woman's extinction burst look like? Self harm. Oh. The way that men harm themselves, it's different from how women do it. Women like the poison. Women like poison. Do you guys know about Munchausen by proxy? Munchausen by proxy. It's where you get attention before social media by poisoning your own child. Munchausen by proxy. You poison your kid dies, and then you look for another child that you gave birth to poison. Why? Women rationalize it to be psychologically where that was the only way to exert power over a powerful man. What? What? Munchausen by proxy. I'm not going to make the joke of men need to catch up, but because it's not funny. Because Munchausen by proxy is chemical castration. Look up Elon Musk's son, Ghost Story. It's perfect. It's just me and you here. This is the Ghost Story. So I'm downstairs in my building. I have a reserved parking spot. Very difficult to get. Very difficult. I see trash bags everywhere. Perfectly organized trash bags. I'm like, whatever. Someone goes, Larry, did you hear blank blank died? I was like, I don't know who she is. Like, I don't know who she is. And people are like, no way did you not know who she is? She's super, super hot. I was like, yeah, I don't know. And I didn't ask how she died. I asked, oh, well, what was your favorite memory of her? I'm not the morbid person who needs to know how you died. I want to know your favorite memory of her. So people are like, oh, this. Oh, hey, do you hear? Somebody died. Like, why so gossipy about people? We're all on our way out. We're all on our way out. There's this guy, he was going through the trash and he's like, oh my God, I just found like the mother load of clothes. I'm going to go sell this. I'm going to be rich. I'm like, have at it. This is before when I used to never dumpster dive. Fast forward 5, 6 days. I am taking a nap which I never do. I must have dozed anyway. There is this ghost. She is on my jock. It's a ghost. I wake up. I wasn't scared. I was scared. And I'm like, oh my God, are you a ghost? And it was her. I had never met her before except in ghost form. I remembered, because my brain just percolates everything perfectly. I remember how to get rid of a ghost, which is you pray to Jesus and you say, "You are not welcome here. You are a ghost. You passed away." I'm getting a chill right now because she was lost and she needed to be told that she was dead because she died at her desk. I hear she was super hot. I didn't know her. I swear I didn't sleep with her and then forget who she was because that is something I actually would do. But I'm positive because I didn't know her. I had to redirect her as to which direction heaven was and to remind her that she was dead. I have never, except the Taco Bell Catherine Zamrin story, I've never met a ghost except for that hot girl ghost. I had to tell her, "You are not welcome here," because I didn't need her to like stay in my room, right? Because then it's going to be default three-way. She's going to be in the cuck corner on my cuck sofa right by the futon, right by the futon. I had to remind her that she had passed away, and it felt like she was going directly to heaven. I felt bad for yelling at her. But have you ever been spooned by a ghost? It's super scary. It's a physical manifestation of a spirit that's lost. I'm not going to say I believe in ghosts. I just am going to say they're real and you need to usher them away by saying this prayer, which is, I believe in Jesus. You are not welcome here. You are not welcome here. When she ran away and hopefully towards heaven because she wanted to spoon Larry Chang without my consent, I said, I forgive you. I hope you make your way to heaven. Which I'm going to cry. I'm not going to cry. Which proves to me that if people wander for 5 days, because time is weird when you die, I imagine, because of dimensions, I feel as if when I go to heaven, I'm going to be able to bring a plus 17. I'm going to be able to bring a plus 17 ghost. That's my ghost story. And ghosts, if you meet a ghost that you don't want, even if you want them, don't want them because just redirect them. Heaven is that way. So after she did that, she went right out the window and out. Feel free to sell that as a screenplay. Feel free to sell that as a screenplay. The women, not necessarily all right. That's okay. We've got 39 days. Women friends with gay guys. Men who are friends with lesbians, BFF. Fixing our brains with a journal. Hmm. Is that possible? It's even more possible when we take a small piece of paper. When we take a small piece of paper, when we take a small piece of paper and we expand it into a bigger piece of paper. The reason we're doing this is it's a journal where we go back. You see, the reason doom scrolling is so bad is always something new, always something new, always something new. Larry, tell me something new. Whereas, why don't you just expand on a thing that you had? This is time preference. Why don't you just expand on a money making venture that is so brain dead easy, which is Web 12, which is I say 6 hours worth of content, and then you write 13 sentences and you say, "Thank you for the content. I'm writing a book report." Time preference. My God, I'm reading time preference. I just said time preference. Oh wait, is that how NFL play call sheets work? Andrew Luck, I've got 4 years worth of Division One football eligibility left. Time preference. Being on time every time, being on the same page. The ladies, they're not all right now. They don't have a page. Whereas men are being on the same page, on the same 650 pages. Think of 39 days as 3,900 pages, but initially just 39 pages. Where when we say, oh, your sugar daddy's causing you to go bankrupt, then we could say day 23, March, which is hashtag 23 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. Do you connect the 39 days of women's self improvement by women, for women, open source by a man? Because what this feminist movement needed was a person who is got 7,800 pronouns. Because when you laugh, you give me more pronouns. Kind of like when a bell rings, an angel gets more wings. When you laugh like she, she, and then you give me 30 pronouns. Because time preference is making that joke into something incredibly insightful, which is these issues, they should have been solved by a woman. I waited 37,000 years and you kept hating other women. I'm going to solve that without your consent, but with your consent, because you gave the consent, you listening to the same repetition is my consent to give you my intellectual property. Now you own it. Now it's a brain virus, but the opposite of way that a computer virus works. That's time preference. I have literally all the time in all of humanity because I love feminism. It centralizes the D. It makes all the women say, I deserve that. I deserve the hottest thing. I deserve the hottest thing in North America. Should I do a video without my shirt on? I almost said pants. Actually, I do a lot of videos without my pants on because I wear basketball shorts. Sell one. If you can sell one and do tech sales, you can do hashtag ENGR145. There's a Stanford thing behind my finger, behind the G in GW. GW, like George Washington or Georgetown University. Yes, yes, which is sell one. When you sell one, it's hashtag ENGR145, which is eager newbies gaining revenue of $145. eBay, sell one on eBay, sell 703-0458. You don't even need to talk to people. You just need to be able to paste copy my 703-0458 to yours. And if you've already sold things at a craft fair, sell it again on eBay because you're going to sell it first and then buy it. The way you've done it, and that's okay that you've done it wrong before because it feels like you have not gone bankrupt. But you want to sell one Braun power cord, 7030458, and then you want to buy one. I will send you pictures or steal the pictures that are on my social media. Why do you want to steal pictures? Because it makes it faster to do this exercise. But Larry, how do you benefit? I benefit because you used to be a business virgin and no more. Eden. Women destroyed Eden. I don't mean to laugh, but it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Accountability, rationale. Larry, how do you understand women so well? Well, I take a man and I remove all accountability and rational thinking. Larry, did you steal that from a movie? Yes, definitely, maybe. Okay, let's just lottery. I went to somebody else's live because I wanted to get a sense for why people dip in and out so much. No joke, someone was running a lottery on their live, hoping that if they can just get to X number of subscribers, that they won't have to run another lottery. Meanwhile, me with my 13 subscribers, I'm asking you guys, hey, first person to answer this question correctly gets a gift card that you buy and that you send to me. It's working out great. It's working out great. Getting screwed for money. That would be prostitutorial. Master's degree. You thought a master's degree was just magically going to get you money. How's that working out? The women, they're not okay. 0 to 1. 0 to 1. Peter Thiel. He wrote a book, 0 to 1. Am I the only person who asked the question, hey, how did you go 0 to 1? I think I was. I ask really good questions. Don't I ask good questions? Be honest. You can tell me no. I'm just asking if I ask good questions. 0 to 1 sale on eBay. Cool. 7030458. Paste copy my language, paste copy my listing, paste copy the pictures. I can send you free pictures. I'm going to post on Duck9 5 fresh pictures. And if you go to eBay and you see another person already post those pictures, comment on Duck9, hey, can you load up 5 more pictures? 0 to 1 website. I'm not going to say that social media is driving you to go purposefully bankrupt. To me, it's obvious, but let's say you don't believe it. Let's say you don't believe it, and that's fine. Can you argue with the fact that 0 to 1 website is wrong? You cannot, because you'd be arguing against Web 12, which is this conversation, it could have been a website. This monologue, it could have been a web page. Well, not one web page, because this content is so genius that it would require 2 web pages. It would require 2 web pages. That's why social media, the posts are hidden to keep the people poor. The posts are hidden to keep people on the doom scroll. Let's say you are doing an arts and crafts, whatever, and you and all your friends are on a social media website that shall not be named. This website that has no name, we'll call it Chris's website, the founder himself said, I wish I could uninvent Instagram. Cool. Why? He gets blamed. Anyway, you take an Instagram post and you turn that into a web page. Do you have the API to do that? That's a water burp. That would be called screenshots. With the consent or without the consent, or with the consent, or citing and sourcing the original Instagram post. Google is not owned by Facebook. Facebook owns Instagram. The tech giants, Wang, HAF, Fang, TT, they all hate each other. Google is not going to include Instagram or TikTok in its search results. How else are you going to find the Larry Chang Quora content if Larry Chang doesn't promote it? How? How? That would be your solution. This is why 0 to 1 website. It works every time. For you, 70% of the time, it works every time. Because this is what most people do when they get to $1 million. They get bored and they stop doing the things that they used to do. This is why I'm so good at turnarounds. Deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding venture capital knowledge, deeply understanding Chinese knowledge. You really don't need money to make money, and then doing turnarounds. MicroStrategy is $MSTR, $STRC, $STRD, $STRK, $STRF. Earlier, I pinned the 5 that was incorrect, and it wasn't close enough, but it was pretty close. I'll give them an A plus, but in money transfer, that would be A plus for $0. That's 0 to 1. The book, 0 to $1 billion. Just try to make 600K. In fact, just try to make $6. Because I understand the number 0 different from how other people understand it, if you can just get to $12, next step is 600K. The first single digit number of dollars, nearly impossible. Nearly impossible. It's nearly impossible. So if you've already done it, you pretty much should next step at $1 million. I'm not even going to say million because it makes you emotional. Call it what I call it, which is 2,000 1,000s, 2,000 1,000s. And then billion, I don't even call it that. I call it 3,000 1 millions. 0 to 1 free vacation. Remember when I did FAGR, fuck around, get rich? Fuck around, get rich is Duck 9. Fuck around, get rich is me running the Uber API. Fuck around, get rich, I would have forgotten about South by South Lawn had some smart person who is poverty poor written a hilariously well written takedown on Quora. Ditto Sarah Park, Lisa Kim, Sarah Park, Sarah Kim, Lisa Park, Lisa Kim. It's all the same person who is saying, you're rejecting this? You're rejecting this? Ew. Hi, is this your first rejection? Because 0 to 1 free vacation is you doing fuck around free vacation. Did we just do a third FAG? Yes. Fuck around, get rich is FAGR. Fuck around, get free food is FAGFF. Why? Because one of the people who are moderating said, oh, I don't want it. I'm already rich. And then 13 YouTube lives later, says, Larry, I'm actually poor. In between that, I said FAGFF, which is fuck around, get free food. What if you used a web page to get some PF Chang free food? I know, which is fuck around and get free vacation, which is what if you thought to use your Instacart referral code Roger A2415D to go from Tucson to San Francisco, Tucson to San Francisco. What is that? $8,000 in gas? Oh, Larry, it's only $1,200 in gas. You could make $1,200. That would be 11 Instacart referrals using Roger A2415D. How would you do it, Larry? Well, I do a web page. Oh, that's going to take too long. That's because you love drugs, and my drug is I made $120 for Roger A, because obviously I'm not Roger A, and obviously I don't drive for Instacart. He does. That's his referral code. I enthusiastically will make $120 because I have done lead generation before. That's business model number 5, which is, will you pay me to do lead generation? And then another business model is food for lead generation, which is, hey, are you curious about Uber? Well, eat this free muffin, learn about driving for Uber. Hey, do you want to learn about Instacart? Here's some free food. Have you thought about driving for Instacart? That's food for lead gen. That's 0 to 1 free vacation. 0 to 1 dinners. You buying Larry Chang dinner. 0 to 1. Details. Your brain's broken. The definition of Einstein's insanity is doing the same thing over and over, hoping for a new outcome. We're not doing the same thing over and over. We're doing things that scare the bejesus out of us, which is, oh my God, I'm going to try it. Oh my God, I'm going to try it. Women, 0. Africa, 0. China, 300 million millionaires. I can't make that up. But you don't think rules apply to you. What? No, you wrote ever-changing rules. I read them. Men are winning. I'm a social empath. Cool. Slap a female founder on it, make it slay, $1 billion. So this whole feminist thing, I'm kind of partly to blame, because why not help people who are disadvantaged and not as smart? Why are there men's chess and women's chess? As soon as I learned that, I was like, oh, we do need to help women. This is why. Because Susan Raby, she was my mechanical engineering classmate in Delta, Delta, Delta. Slap a female founder on it, make it slay. What they don't teach women at Harvard. Oh, that's bookending this video. What they don't teach women at Harvard. What they don't teach women because women hate on other women. Truer words have been said. They were said yesterday. Toxic. Toxic is poison. Poison is toxic. Did a goblin sell you on that fact that orgasmic sex is poisonous? Talking past our bullet point, I can't help it. I like to talk past the close. I like to talk over your gratitude, which is killing plants. Do you want to kill a plant, or do you want to propagate a plant? Larry, what kind of shoes are you wearing right now? Is that any surprise? Not to intimidate you, but upcoming, there is a friend of this program that's going to be a really, really, really good friend.